Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Apollo. I want you to close your eyes, I say. I smile my best rakish smile, looking around the glass boardroom table at the incredulous faces of the executives. They aren't used to being asked to participate, particularly in a way that will make them vulnerable. My second, Jason, sits to my right. He's my strong right hand on this project, my research man and COO. He gives me a barely perceptible nod. Everyone, go with me here for a moment here. Alan, I say, pointing at the bald man in the navy suit. I know you're a fan of party games, so don't give me that scowl. He smiles a little and closes his eyes. The thin, beautiful woman in her 50s at the end of the table gives me a smirking grin and closes her eyes playfully. I know there's at least one who's going to vote yes. I want you to close your eyes and think back. I begin to walk slowly around the room, talking to the backs of their heads. It can be high school, like what we're discussing today, or earlier, later, whatever is relevant. I lower my voice. I want you to think back to that person. We all have one, yes. We joke that school sucks, but it's a fact that none of us... I put emphasis on these words, pause, and just to be sure they sink in, repeat them. None of us would be here if it wasn't for that one person. I let this settle and pace some more. It's not your parents or someone in your family. It's that teacher, that guidance counselor. Maybe it was a coach or a staff member. Maybe even a librarian. That person who either pushed you when you needed it or gave you that one thing you really needed. I look around the table. Every single executive has their eyes closed. Excellent! Jason gives me a small thumbs up. I turn and look out of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the converted penthouse suite. What used to house dignitaries is now a luxurious meeting destination. The meeting room is enormous, but is still considered the intimate room used for private meetings. Down below, I see kids playing in a park, a few people walking dogs. They have no idea of the money and the power that gets thrown around almost directly over their heads. For me, I say, picking up my thread after what I know is a perfectly timed pause. That person is Mrs. McGovern. She was my math teacher. I see a few nods around the table. I hated math. I struggled, and maybe you don't know this about me, but I'm kind of a perfectionist. There are a few guffaws from the executives who know me, though at this point, they all know my reputation. Many of them have known my family for years. That's why I know Alan likes party games. I've seen him do charades with a six-pack under his belt and a Santa hat on his head. It drove me nuts that I couldn't get the answers every time, and that made it harder. I beat myself up for grades I didn't like. What was that? The beautiful woman asks. An A, B+, I declare, and a small laugh goes around the table. Mrs. McGovern took me aside and asked how I'd feel if I knew I wouldn't get grades. At that point, I couldn't even fathom the concept, but she told me grades didn't matter as long as I learned, and she wasn't going to put grades on anything I did for the rest of the semester if I tried my best. I'm back at the head of the table now and lower my palms onto the cool glass. You've seen the results of her influence. I look around at them. Jason, who is your Mrs. McGovern? Dr. Kresge, psychology professor. Thank you, Jason. Alan? Alan smiles and opens his eyes. Mr. Bradsmith, my track coach. Awesome, thanks, Alan. Who else? Mrs. Bonner. Couch Louise. Dr. Phillips. They go around the table. Every single person has a name and a smile. I nod. This is what we're doing with this project. We're honoring them, and we are making it possible for the next generation to have those Mr. Brad Smiths and those Dr. Kreskys, Jason. He stands up next to me and gestures at the final slide that shows 2 pictures. One is of Jason shaking the hand of a man in glasses. Both are in graduation gowns. The other is a dorky-looking me in a 4th grade class photo with a circle drawn around Mrs. McGovern. You've heard my arguments from the publicity side, Jason says, and you've heard the numbers from our math genius here. He points at me and gets another laugh. Now we want you to consider the personal side. He smiles and steps aside for me to wrap it up. A few minutes later, we're in the enormous main room of the penthouse, waiting. Jason is on a very flat white couch, already researching names for our next project on his laptop. I stand by the penthouse's wet bar, my fingers tapping on the marble surface. Jason's an incredible worker when he's in the office. But he's also a family man, and when he's off duty, there's nothing I can say that will get between him and his kids. I admire that, though I've never actually told him. The doors open, and the executives walk in, smiling. I straighten up, and Jason stands. It was an easy decision, a man with blonde hair says. Count us in. Jason and I beam at each other. I'm about to offer my hand when the man continues. With one exception. My stomach clenches slightly. Oh! We'd like Jason to head the project. There's a moment of silence. Jason looks like he's just been slapped. Alan steps forward. We know you're both capable of spearheading this, but the committee thinks someone family-oriented like Jason would be more in touch with the schools and the people. Alan grips my shoulder in a fatherly way, and maybe the City Times' most eligible bachelor of last year wouldn't have quite the same optics as the guy who coaches his daughter's softball team. I swallow my anger and make sure my face is neutral. The worst part is that they're right. Jason? Jason looks at them warily. But this project is Apollo's baby. I shake my head. It's the company's project. And I'll be a great wingman. Someone has to attend the galas, right? They laugh, and we shake hands all around. Jason's smile looks like it may break his face. It's okay, I think, as I reach for a bottle of Veuve Clicquot. It's the right move, but I'm hiding a pain that has nothing to do with the project, a pain that goes a lot deeper than a simple corporate snub. After we've toasted and they've gone, Jason is excitedly texting his wife. I stand with my hands in my pockets looking down at the park. I know my playboy reputation rubs my family the wrong way. They've made it clear they want me to settle down and establish myself with a family of my own. Alan knows it too, and I wonder how much of this is him sending a message for my father. I've always thought being a family man would hamper my professional reputation, but my father, my uncle, and even my sister have proved that wrong. So what's my problem? The answer to my question occurs to me suddenly as I watch a dad push a little kid on a swing, her mom taking pictures on her phone. The problem is that I have no idea how to get one, and that scares me. But I also understand, for the first time in my life, that I really do want a family.
Chapter 2. Milan. Hey, Ms. Johnson. Ms. J. I swivel left, then right. Kids are swarming around me. My arms are full of my laptop and power cords. My room keys dangle from an unoccupied finger, and my bag of books and folders swings like a weight from my shoulder. I look up and see Cooper, the captain of our varsity basketball team, looking straight down at me. What's up, Coop? So that essay, it's due Wednesday, right? I pause and raise an eyebrow. No, I say, making the word as long and drawn out as I can. As we discussed at length on Friday, your extension was until today, Monday. He claps and grins. I got you on that one, Ms. Johnson. I have it here. He starts to fish in his backpack as we continue to walk toward my classroom. Hold on to it until your class, please. I'll lose it if you give it to me with my hands full. We're in front of my classroom now and I'm fumbling for the keys. But good work, Cooper. Thanks. See you soon, Ms. J. Double quote. He turns and strides off into the crowd of kids. Jocks, Mr. Salter, the chemistry teacher, says as he passes. He could have at least helped you. He takes my laptop. Thank you, Greg. Always the gentleman. How was your weekend? Grading and prep. Yours? Prep and grading. I smile as I manage to get the door open and take the computer back. What a glamorous life we teachers lead. Thanks for the help. He gives me a pretend tip of the hat and heads toward his lab 3 doors down. Even before I've set my bag on the desk, 3 girls are walking in, chatting to each other but staring at their phones. Phone-free zone, I remind them. And happy Monday, ladies. They look up and smile. Happy Monday, they answer in unison. Then 2 wander back out with their noses in their social media feed. The 3rd sits down, takes out her binder, and looks at me. Ms. Johnson, is it hard to find a date in this city? I mean, it's hard in high school, but how is it when you leave? I pause. I want to say that dating is the furthest thing on your mind when you have a child. A more bitter part of me wants to say that the last time a man looked at me seriously or called me for a second date once he found out I had a daughter was, well, never. I don't know if that's an appropriate conversation for me to have, I say, trying not to sound as dismal as I feel. Great, she says, and rolls her eyes. That's a firm yes. I didn't. One of her friends comes back in, and she grimaces at them. Ms. Johnson just confirmed finding a man here is hopeless. We need to move to New York City. Like, now. Like, after you've finished reading Macbeth first, please, I say, and have figured out how not to be a bloodthirsty, murderous couple. Ooh, count me in. Macbeth gets them every time, I think, smiling to myself. None of us teachers really eat lunch. There isn't time, and there's prep for the next day to be done if we want to do anything at all that evening. I'm devouring a granola bar to tide me over when Sophia, the math teacher from across the hall, knocks and sticks her head in the door. Hey there, she says. This a good time? Please. Distract me from Cooper Bellinger's essay on antithesis in the most famous words of the English language. Sophia says. Those words are, do you want fries with that? I laugh. No, silly. To be or not to be, that is the question. Recognition lights up her eyes and she nods. Hamlet, contemplating suicide. Yeah, I remember being blown away by that when I was in school, that people have thought about offing themselves since the beginning of time. Elizabethan England is hardly the beginning of time. Sophia waves her hand. Whatever, Milan. How was your weekend with my favorite sweetie pie, Amanda? Did you go to the zoo like I suggested? I look at Sophia and a lump forms in my throat. I wanted to, but when I looked at the website and saw the ticket prices, I just couldn't. I was glad I hadn't told Amanda about my plans. She would have been crushed. We just went to the park, I say, trying to sound nonchalant. It was fun. There was this guy with a puppy. A guy with a puppy? Sophia gives me a dramatic side-eye look. You know that's the oldest pickup trick in the book, right? No. He was with his boyfriend. It was cool. But it satisfied Amanda's animal mania for the weekend. Sophia puts her hand out and gently squeezes my shoulder. I know you're worried. And I know you're saving for that rainy day you're assuming will come. I'm pretty sure they're going to cut my theater classes, I say, unable to look at my friend. And you know they don't keep part-timers. Who would they give your English classes to? Sharon? I nod. She's already asking about the texts I teach the juniors, like she knows something is coming. Sophia takes a slow breath through her nose and rocks back. They can't do that. The kids love you. They distinctly don't love Sharon. I shake my head. She's got seniority, and honestly, they just don't like her because she makes them work hard. She's a good teacher. Sophia shakes her head. Don't believe the cuts until you get it in writing. And the last time the district tried to cut music, they got protests from parents. Remember? They don't want that kind of situation again. I nod, trying to hold back the tears. Listen, Sophia says, crouching down to look up at me. I know you're working your tail off, trying to make things good for you and Amanda. Something is going to happen for you. I know it. I hope you're right, I say. What time does Principal Cross go home, do you know? Usually around 4. Why? Thinking of staying late? I need to pick up Amanda around then. Do you think that will make a difference if I stay till then too? Girl, you know all of us are prepping and grading until 6 every evening and all through the weekend. One of the only benefits of this job is being able to go home at 3 and do the next 3 hours without a bra. She shrugs and stands. No one who talks with you for more than 5 minutes would fire you. But I guess if you're working here later with your bra on, that's more opportunity for Cross to interact with you. She moves to go, then pauses. Just don't burn out, please, she says, looking at me. Something's coming, I can feel it. I smile and blow her a kiss as she leaves. She's been a great friend, and weirdly enough, the last time she told me something like that, she'd been right, and I'd won a vacation to Cabo in the PTA raffle. I hope she's right this time too, I say to the empty classroom. In the meantime, I decide that even if it won't matter, I'm still going to make sure I'm the hardest working, most visible teacher at this school.
Chapter 3, Apollo. You know, my clients would kill for that jawline. I turn and see the pretty older woman from the board meeting looking up at me with an appraising eye. It's a trick of the light, I say, raising my champagne flute to her. I catch a glimpse of myself in the reflection of the museum's banquet room windows. I'm not bad in a tux, and my less than perfect brown hair makes me, I hope, seem more approachable. At least this lady, Dr. Harley, the most successful plastic surgeon in the state, has no problems approaching me. And green eyes. I appreciate your modesty, Mr. Collins. And we appreciate your support for this venture, Doctor, I say. She looks around. You two did a magnificent job. The museum is the best place to host one of these things, and the flowers and the food. Delicious. She gestures toward the bar where a half-dozen little groups had gathered around specific cocktail tables. And your idea for the teacher meet and greet was excellent. It's all Jason, I say, which is a complete fabrication. I'm just here to impress with my jawline. She raises her glass to me. Well, carry on. It looks like the chemistry teacher is going to be free in a moment, and I have a thing for awkward, straight-laced men. She winks and moves off toward one of the cocktail tables. I smile and sip my champagne. She's right. It has been a success. The venue looks beautiful, and the people with the money are having a good experience. This is exactly what we want. Jason has done a fabulous job, I think. It was my idea to bring in teachers, but he came up with the idea of the meet and greet and picked the faculty. And he got some winners. There's a glamorous math teacher, a stereotypical chemistry guy, the jovial coach for the women's softball team who is also the history teacher, a theater and English teacher, Principal Avery, and a counselor who has the largest crowd, wowing our attendees with success stories. A laugh goes up from the table closest to the bar, and the people shift slightly. Through the formal attire, I see a flash of a smile that grabs my attention. She's a black woman in a deep red dress and has beautiful wavy dark hair and dark eyes. Her face is radiant as she gestures, telling her story. The people around her nod and lean in. I casually weave through the crowd, talking to people here and there and finishing my champagne. I glance at the table with the woman in the red dress as I go by, and I see my chance. The bartender recognizes me and nods when I gesture toward the entire bottle of champagne, popping the cork and handing it to me with a towel. I I take it to the table, casually sidling up between two ladies in jewel-toned dresses, and begin to fill people's glasses. Everyone gives me a friendly glance or nod, and the woman, who must be the English teacher, continues her story. And then he gets all silly on me and is like, "Gotcha, Miss J, I finished the essay." There's a laugh and shaking of heads around the table. "But that's what I'm talking about," she says, her tone growing serious. If I would have come in hard, he would have shut down. Instead, he opened up about what he's going through, and now I have a better understanding of how to help him get through school. She gives us all a look. I'm sure you remember it's no cakewalk, even if you have a sane family. The man at the end nods. "So you think he'll get a sports scholarship?" "I sure hope so." The teacher smiles. It's beautiful and full of humor. I gulp a sip of champagne to calm my suddenly jumpy nerves. He's definitely not going to get a scholarship for Shakespearean analysis. The table laughs again. She turns to me, her dark eyes curious. I feel my breath quicken. So many women smile at me with something different. Flirtiness, with an underlying question or suggestion. The smile is simply kind. Something clenches in my chest. "And I hear we have you to thank for this, Mr. Collins." Mr. Collins. It's so formal that I want to blurt out to call me Apollo, but remember just in time that yes, I am Mr. Collins, the man behind all this, and I need to be seen as such. "It's my pleasure. Everyone having a nice time?" I try to do my job. I thank people, I smile at them, and I take my bottle to the other teachers' tables. But all the while I have my eye on her. Finally, there's a small lull at her table. I see her glance toward the math teacher, and they give each other little wide-eyed looks and laugh. "A bit much, eh?" I say, leaning against the table. "Oh, I don't know," she says. I know she is reluctant to share with me. It's such a good cause. She looks at me with a serious face, and I think my heart may drop to the floor. "Thank you for this," she says. "It's been a boost for all of us to hear people care about the students. And about the teachers, I think." "I'm Apollo," I say instead, holding out my hand. "I know." She smiles and shakes mine. Her hand is warm and small, but strong, with beautiful dark skin. I hazard a glance at the other hand. No ring. "Milan Johnson," she says. "English and theater." Milan. "I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to meet you," I say, and then I correct myself so as not to sound too interested. "All of you, before we started. How do you know Jason?" "We did a production of The Wizard of Oz last year, and his daughter was one of our guest children who played a munchkin. He has such cute kids." "Yes, totally," I agree, and feel terrible that I've only seen them in the photos he has on the desk or Instagram posts he shows me. "And what about you?" I ask, trying to sound casual. "Any kids?" Her expression does something funny. It looks at first resigned, but then brightens as she answers. "Oh yes, I have the best daughter in the world." "What's her—" I'm cut off by a whack on my shoulder. I turn and Alan is standing there smiling. "Apollo," he says, smiling broadly. "What a success. You and Jason really put on a nice event." He smiles at Milan and tips his glass to her. "You all wowed us, young lady. Keep up the good work." "Thank you," Milan says graciously, and then turns to Jason, who is walking toward her. "Listen, Apollo," Alan says, drawing me aside. He begins to ask me about another venture he has ideas about. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Jason give Milan a friendly hug and try to stifle my envy. Around me, people are shaking hands and waving at each other, gathering belongings and taking their last drinks. It was indeed a success. Jason will be over the moon. I thank Alan again with a promise to email his assistant. I turn as quickly as possible back to Milan's table, but she's gone.
Chapter 4. Milan. All right, we're hearing all of you. Avery calls out, quieting all the passionate voices of the teachers in the room. Unfortunately, the time for this meeting is running out, but I've taken notes so we can get back on track next time. He smiles at all of us. You're all free to go. Thank you for coming. I pack up my folders and pens alongside everyone else, ready to get my daughter and go home. The meeting went well, but I'm exhausted, and I'd like to just relax to the tunes of Amanda's favorite cartoons. Leaving the room with a wave towards Sophia and Shayla, I situate my folders in my arms before beginning my trek toward Amanda. I turn the corner, longing for my bed when I see Apollo, the corporate guy from the meeting. The two of us stop in our tracks, surprised to see each other. But it's only a moment before Apollo smiles at me, and I smile back, my heart hammering excitedly against my ribcage. Fancy seeing you here? I call out to him as he walks towards me. What brings you to my school? A meeting with your principal, actually, he says. You disappeared last night. I was worried. Oh, sorry. The thought that he even noticed me ducking out is surprisingly heartwarming. I had to go. My daughter. Mama, a high-pitched voice interrupts. I found you. I barely have the time to turn and face my daughter before she barrels into my legs. The only reason I don't fall over is that not a single day has gone by where Amanda hasn't tried to knock me down, solely using all the energy her little body can provide. Careful, darling, I tell her, rearranging the folders in my arms so I can pat her on the head with one hand. You're going to end up sending me flying one day. Nuh-uh, she says, still holding onto my leg and peering her face up at me. You're too strong for that. Well, you are getting bigger. The thought of it makes my chest ache, and I tug a strand of dark hair behind her ear. So don't be too shocked when it happens. Amanda pouts, an over-exaggerated expression that never fails to make me giggle. Her face is so scrunched up that it crinkles her eyes, and I know that her seeing me laugh only makes it worse. Cheer up, kiddo, I tell her. It just means you'll be super strong. I don't want to be super strong, Amanda pouts. I told you I want to be super fast. Why not both? Apollo's low tenor interrupts. I jump slightly, completely forgetting he was there since my daughter arrived. When I turn to look at him, the small, serene smile on his face actually surprises me. He's watching Amanda amusedly, probably fascinated by how kids' minds work, just like me. Amanda turns her head toward Apollo and squints at him like she's trying to figure out who this man is. My heart stutters for a moment, hoping that Amanda doesn't hate him right off the bat. Silly man, she says, particularly snooty. You can't be both. Really? That's quite a shock to me. Apollo crouches down so that Amanda and he are near eye level. Are you an expert on superpowers? Amanda lets go of my leg to fully face Apollo. I am, and I say you can't be both. I can tell what she's doing right off the bat, and I cover my mouth to stop myself from laughing. She's never been a particularly shy child, and she likes to be a bit of a princess. Well, if the expert says so, Apollo says with a grin. Does this expert have a name? Amanda Johnson, she chirps and points at me. This is my mom, Mom Johnson. Apollo bites his lip to keep from laughing, a sight that makes him so endearing. It's nice to meet you, Amanda Johnson, he says, careful to keep his voice even. I'm Apollo Collins. He holds his hand out for her to shake, and she stares at it for a moment before looking at me. Go on, I tell her, motioning to Apollo with my head. Amanda takes hold of Apollo's large hand in her much smaller hand, and Apollo tuts. If you're going to be an expert, you need to have a firmer handshake. Yeah? Amanda asks. The two of them are still shaking hands because Amanda hasn't stopped moving her arm up and down, and Apollo hasn't stopped her. How do you know? I have to shake hands all day for work. You could say I'm the expert at that. That catches Amanda's attention, and she narrows her eyes. You seem pretty tall for a fancy expert. I can't hold back my snort this time, and I catch Apollo's shoulders shaking in suppressed laughter. That may be true, Apollo says after clearing his throat. But I am. For handshakes, you want to be firm, like you're taking control of the situation. He grips Amanda's small hand firmly, though it's not hard to notice he's still being gentle because of how small she is, and shakes it up and down once. Like that, see? He says. Amanda nods once and grips Apollo's hand with determination. She shakes his hand up and down once. It's forceful, like she's trying to overcompensate for her size. Apollo's grin tells me that, despite her efforts, it doesn't hurt at all. Very good. I'm impressed, he says, finally letting go of Amanda's hand. Does this mean I'm a fancy expert now? Amanda asks, hope in her eyes. I think you're well on your way. Apollo grins. You just need more experience. As I watch the two of them, I can't help but feel relieved and happy that the two of them are getting along. The fact that he chooses to engage and play with my daughter when he doesn't have to, when he doesn't even know her or me very well, is refreshing. I've always worried that my daughter will be off-putting to those I try to be friends with. People sometimes don't care for single moms and their children. Since my daughter is the most important thing in my life, I don't want to associate with anyone who thinks like that. It's nice to see someone who actually enjoys the energy children bring. Mama, Amanda calls out, which makes me blink and check back into the conversation. Let me shake your hand. Oh? I shuffle all my folders so I can crouch down and join Apollo and my daughter. Of course, sweetie. I hold my hand out for Amanda. She takes her small hand in mine and grips it way harder than you would need for any normal handshake. She looks determined, though, so I don't say anything and just smile at her. Go ahead, I tell her. Okay. Amanda shakes my hand up and down, and then lets go. She looks at me with hope in her eyes, like this was all a test. How was that? She asks. Perfect, I tell her, smoothing out her hair with my free hand. You'll be an expert in no time.
Chapter 5. Apollo. Amanda and Milan shaking hands are darling enough to be taken straight out of a children's book. The intensity and care that Amanda puts into making sure she impresses her mom over something as simple as a handshake is adorable to watch, but even more so when Amanda smiles so big it takes up half of her face. It was definitely a proper handshake, I tell Amanda, after Milan congratulates her daughter, smiling when her eyes meet mine. Maybe one day you'll surpass me. I will, Amanda says with conviction, and both Milan and I can't hold in our laughs. Yes, you will, dearest, Milan says, fondness in her voice. I watch Amanda and Milan joke around for a moment and realize that this could be the answer that I've been looking for. Milan is a stunning woman, and the picture she makes with Amanda is perfect. I don't know if Milan, or Amanda for that matter, will agree with a marriage of convenience, but I'm sure I won't be able to find a better fit for me. Are you all right? Asks a familiar male voice, interrupting my thoughts and the Johnsons' giggles. I turn my head to find Principal Avery and a woman next to him with matching smiles. It's only now I realize what a funny picture Milan, Amanda, and I make, with Milan and I still crouching down on our knees in the middle of the hallway. If someone were to just give us a passing glance, the two of us could be mistaken for children alongside Amanda. We're fine, Milan says with a smile, but she makes no move to stand up straight and abandon her daughter's height, so neither do I. Just having a fun time. Hi, Mrs. Cross, Amanda yells, waving at the woman with excitement. Nice to see you today. Mrs. Cross laughs behind her hand. Nice to see you too, Amanda. I hope you had a lovely day today. I did. Good. Mrs. Cross gives us a parting wave, and Avery nods goodbye as they both turn down a hallway. I assume that he's taking a break before our meeting. That's his wife, Shayla, Milan says next to me, giving me a mischievous grin when I glance at her. It's radiant, and I'm once again struck by her presence even though we've been standing together for a while. You didn't seem like you recognized her at all, but you mentioned knowing the principal. That's right, I've only seen him in meetings and haven't talked to him extensively. Is she Amanda's teacher? Counselor, Amanda chirps, not one to be left out of any conversation. She's really nice. Is she? I ask. Maybe next time you see her, you can show off your handshake. Amanda's eyes widen like saucers, and she vibrates like she's suddenly filled with energy. I'll show her now, she says, and takes off down the hallway where Shayla and Avery went. Wait, Amanda, don't, and she's gone. Milan snorts and shakes her head. The two of us stand up to our full height now that there's no need to shrink down to Amanda's size. Not going to follow? She probably knows the school just as well as I do at this point, Milan says, resituating her folders in the crook of her arm. But I wouldn't even be able to catch her if I tried. She's way too fast for me. Isn't she only 5? I guess. 7, actually. Milan gives me a proud smile. You'd be surprised at how quick on their feet kids are. I don't have the reflexes to keep up when she zigzags all over the place. I hold back my wince. I haven't spent enough time around kids or families to be able to accurately guess their ages. I'm hoping getting closer to Milan will help with that. Thank you for being so sweet with her, by the way, Milan says, voice soft. It means a lot that you were. Of course, I would never be rude to a child just for existing. Well, you'd be surprised at how some people are, she sighs. She's very chatty, and I think some people are put off by it, or just the idea that there's a child around altogether. The look on her face and the way she's gripping her folders tells me this isn't just some simple observation, but rather a personal experience that she's faced multiple times. They're lost then, I tell her. You deserve better people like that in her life. That, at least, gets her to smile. You're right, I do. But still, thank you. I'm sure being a fancy expert is all she'll talk about for the next few days. The thought of it makes me laugh. I should hope so. She has a bright future ahead of her with that gripping handshake. I didn't expect her to be so strong either. Yeah, her determination really got the best of her this time, I think. The two of us fall into a comfortable silence as we wait for Amanda to come back. Watching Milan fiddle with her folders and smile is enough to get me to commit to wanting to know this woman more. I've never been this compelled to get to know anybody before, and the fact that Milan is both so kind and has a daughter convinces me that they are exactly what I need. Milan, could I ask you something? I say, breaking the silence and making sure to keep my tone casual so she doesn't feel pressured. Of course, what can I do for you? Would you be interested in having dinner with me? I ask. We've only had a few days to talk, but I must say I'm eager to get to know you more. Milan blinks, and I watch her face carefully as she thinks over the offer. I'm confident that the connection between us is mutual, but there's no guarantee she'll say yes. At least there isn't until I see her face morph into one of pure contentment. That sounds lovely. Tonight? That would be my preference, yes, if you're free. Well, you'll be pleased to find out that I am. I smile. I'll pick you up later then. I'll plan everything. Oh, you don't have to do anything fancy. Milan waves her free hand. I'll be just as pleased going to some random chain restaurant over whatever fancy idea your expert brain is brewing. Nonsense. A stunning woman like you deserves a little fanciness, I say with a charming smile. Besides, the mother of the fancy expert deserves to know what it's like. Well, if you're sure. Positive. While the two of us exchange numbers, Amanda comes running back into the hallway, chirping about her encounter with Mrs. David. I'll leave the both of you ladies to it, I tell them. I should get to my meeting. Oh, of course. Milan looks apologetic. I didn't mean to hold you here. Don't worry about it. It was my pleasure to spend time with you both. I give both Milan and Amanda a wave before I start walking down the hallway. Technically, the date is a business proposition, but I also want it to be genuinely nice, and I can't stop myself from thinking of little touches that might make it even more special.
Chapter 6. Milan. Did you like Apollo, sweetie? I asked Amanda on our drive home. I've been thinking about my upcoming evening with Apollo ever since he asked me, though I'm not sure whether to call it a get-together or a date. In any case, just the thought of it is making me shake with excitement. Apollo and Amanda seem to get along well, but I don't want to risk what could be considered a date for someone my daughter doesn't actually like. He was neat, very fancy, very tall, Amanda says. She's taken her doll out of her backpack and is playing with its hair. I like him. I exhale in relief. That's good to hear, dearest. Do you like him, Mama? I do. I was actually going to go see him again tonight if that's okay with you. I'm going to call Sophia so she can watch you. I can show her my handshake. Ha! You sure can. So, you're okay with that? More than okay, Mama. I can't help but smile, since that's at least one major worry off of my chest. Once we get home, I call Sophia, dancing a bit in my spot when I find out she's free to watch Amanda before dashing to my room to figure out what I'm going to wear. Amanda seems to want to get in on the excitement of the evening, so she follows me in there as well, watching me throw a bunch of different dresses and accessories on the bed. You really don't have to help Mommy pick clothes out, dear, I tell her, laying out another dress on my bed. If you want to go watch cartoons, that's okay. Sophia will be here soon to watch with you. No, Amanda pouts from the one free corner of my bed. You have to make sure you look extra fancy, and I want to help. I sigh and look over all of the possible outfits I've picked out, overwhelmed by choice. I want to make sure I give Apollo a good first impression, but none of my dresses are exactly luxurious. What color do you think Mommy looks best in, Amanda? I ask. Might as well take a chance, since I have no idea where to start. Yellow? Or white? Or blue? I wait for Amanda to list any more colors, half expecting her to list out the entire rainbow, but she smiles at me instead, so I get to work on organizing what I have. I don't have any blue dresses, so that's out. I put my red dress away too. Amanda's right. It's probably much too casual for whatever Apollo is planning. I guess I'm already down to two, I say, looking at the solid yellow dress and the white and black dress. They're both sufficiently formal, but the yellow is a lot more vibrant, while the white one is modest. I grab the hangers of both and hold them up to my body in front of the mirror. What do you think? I ask Amanda, feeling stressed despite only having two choices. I think you're beautiful in both, Mama, Amanda calls out encouragingly. While the sentiment is sweet, it doesn't help my predicament. What statement do I want to make to Apollo? I think to myself. Eye-catching or classy? With a deep sigh, I pick the yellow one, thinking maybe it'll give me the confidence I need to not stumble over myself on whatever this date get-together is. Just then, the doorbell rings, and I recognize Sophia's voice calling out. I'll get it, Amanda says, tearing out of my room. I hear Sophia and Amanda's voices as they chat through my closed door while I start changing. I haven't felt this nice in so long. I almost feel like a stranger to myself. I decide to put my hair in a nice bun with a clip Amanda got me for one of my birthdays. And by the time I'm finished getting ready, Sophia and Amanda are already settled in front of the TV, watching Amanda's favorite cartoons. You look stunning, Ms. Johnson, Sophia says, and Amanda chirps her agreement alongside her. Thank you, ladies, I tell them, smiling at them both. The warmth in my chest is replaced with nervous excitement when the doorbell rings again. Sophia and Amanda give me two matching thumbs-ups as I walk towards the door. I open it to find Apollo and his charming smile. He's wearing an expensive-looking suit, and he looks amazing in it. Stunning. "You look beautiful, Milan," Apollo says to me, voice soft. "You too, Apollo." He offers his arm. I take it, saying a quick goodbye to Amanda before closing and locking the door. The two of us engage in small talk as we make our way to his car. When he opens the passenger door for me, I can't help but feel giddy, just like a schoolgirl. "You really don't have to be so formal," I tell him. "You've already been so kind." "I'm only doing what you deserve," he says, and gently shuts the car door and gets in the driver's seat. The ride toward the restaurant is calm and even helps put my nerves at ease. Apollo catches me looking at him a few times with a teasing smile, and I can't help but wonder if this is a type of flirting. It's been so long since I've felt like this with anyone else that the idea of being this excited about a date is foreign to me. Apollo holds the door when I get out of the car, too, with a grand flourish that lets me know he's still teasing me about being so flustered about it earlier. He holds out his arm, and I take it as we walk toward the restaurant doors. "You really do look stunning," he whispers to me right in my ear before he lets me inside, his deep voice making me shudder. The place is beautiful, with moody lighting and gorgeous art that lines the walls. It's almost like stepping foot inside of a Renaissance museum. "Like it?" Apollo asks. "I figured you deserved something nice." "It's gorgeous." We get seated at a booth that's a fair distance away from anyone else, and the privacy is nice. "I don't really know what to do with myself in a place like this," I say as we look over our menus. "You look just as nice as everyone else. Better even." Eventually, the conversation flows easily. When I tell Apollo that Amanda wanted to knock on all of our neighbors' doors to shake their hands, he actually looks apologetic after first containing his laughter. Talking with him feels easy, and despite how out of place I feel, I find myself relaxing more and more. "I guess I have to apologize for making your daughter such a fancy enthusiast," he says. "Don't worry," I chuckle. "I'm sure it won't last long." At his inquisitive look, I tell him all about the times Amanda has pretended to be an elephant or a dog, running around outside or rolling on the ground. It's nice to be able to tell these stories to someone new. Sophia has heard all of them twice over. Every time I stop, worried that Apollo has gotten bored, he keeps me going. When our drinks finally come, we hold out our glasses and gently clink them together. I no longer feel like this could all be a mistake. In fact, I'm wondering if going along with this has been the best decision I've made in a while.
Chapter 7. Apollo. There is a lull in the conversation. We sit for a moment, enjoying our food and the ambience of the restaurant. This would be the time to propose the idea of a marriage of convenience. I fidget with my utensils. It had been one thing when the plan was merely in my head. But now that I sit in front of Milan, I can't help but feel nervous. Looking into her beautiful brown eyes doesn't make my task any easier. "That was pretty good, wasn't it?" I say casually, hoping to cover the anxiety I'm suddenly feeling. I've heard good things about this place. Milan nods, grinning slightly. I can only assume she can sense my anxiety, and my face heats up. I clear my throat much more conspicuously than I want to. She nods, placing her hands on the table and straightening the tablecloth. "Yes," she says, her smile still on her face. "It's been a while since I've been to a nice restaurant. I don't want to let her down, I realize. I don't want her to know I had a motive when I invited her to this dinner. In fact, I wish I didn't." I nod, making sure my face is sympathetic and genuine. This is my chance. I know things have been hard lately. It's not easy for teachers right now, that's for sure, I say. I pause for a moment. "That actually reminds me of something I wanted to ask you about." Milan raises her eyebrows and her eyes widen. "Oh, yeah?" she asks. "What's up?" Suddenly I lose what little nerve I had. "Well," I start, looking for the right words. "You know, it's something I've been thinking about for a little while, and I just..." Milan laughs. "Oh, come on, Apollo. Spit it out already, she says, continuing to chuckle. I take a deep breath. Only nothing to do but ask. Listen, Milan, I start. Do you want to get married? The question hangs in the air for what seems like an eternity. I hold my breath and look at her, expectantly. She laughs in my face. Hard. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but I was hoping for something a little more positive than that. I give her a moment to compose herself. I keep fidgeting with my utensils, trying to stay casual. I laugh a little with her. She looks up, but her laughing fit dies away when she sees the seriousness on my face. Wait, she says incredulously. You can't be serious, right? We just barely met. I know. It sounds crazy, but I've thought it through, I say. This is really something that could work out for both of us. Think of it as a business decision, I say, trying to ease her into the idea. Milan raises an eyebrow. Okay, Mr. Businessman, she says. Sell me on it. I take a deep breath. Now I just need to pitch the idea. I've been in 1,000 boardrooms and pitched 1,000 ideas, but even I have to admit that this is a little different. Well, look at it this way, I say confidently. Don't think of it as some old-timey romance novel where I sweep you off your feet. This is just a marriage of convenience. Milan doesn't say anything, which I figure is better than an outright no. It's a win-win, I say. The board wants me to settle down and become a family man, and you need stability and a future for Amanda. I hold my hands up. That's good for both of us, if you ask me. Milan looks at me in silence for a moment, her smile slowly fading from her face. Oh no, she says. You're really serious, aren't you? I nod firmly and smile encouragingly. Come on, Apollo, she exclaims, careful not to raise her voice. You really want to have a fake marriage just so you look better for a board of directors? She shakes her head. That is not at all what I wanted for my life. I open my mouth to answer, but she cuts me off. Apollo, honestly, look at it from my perspective. I don't want to marry for appearances. I don't want to just be a way for you to look good for shareholders. I want to be with someone that I really love, that really loves me. She shakes her head and moves to stand up. Wait, I say suddenly. Hold on a minute, just hear me out. You don't think that this could be mutually beneficial? I look at her gently. I've really thought this through. Do you think that me agreeing to an arranged marriage is the best way to give Amanda stability? She says. She rubs her forehead. I mean, sure, I want her to go to college, but is this the example I want to set? Marrying for money. Milan shakes her head. I'm sorry, Apollo. I just can't do it. I sigh. This was not going at all how I had planned it. It looks like it's time for me to do some damage control. But when I look at Milan, something tells me that now isn't the time to press the issue. Okay, I say. We don't have to talk about it anymore for right now. Milan finally meets my eyes and she nods. I enjoyed our dinner, Milan, I continue. I mean that. I really did. Me too, Milan agrees, nodding. I need to come back here one day and just get dessert. We both laugh. I've enjoyed getting to know you, I say, after our laughter fades. I care about you and Amanda a lot. Milan nods and straightens her dress slightly. And you know, that's the good thing about my proposal, I say, seizing on the opportunity to pitch my idea a little more. We can be good friends. We can have fun and be a family still, I say, hoping my smile is convincing. Who cares if it's not a sentimental star-crossed lover's story? Okay, Apollo, enough, Milan says with a laugh. I'll think about it, okay? I can't promise I'll change my opinion, but I'll think about it. Does that satisfy you? I give her a smile and look into her eyes. Yes, I say. That is all I ask. I hold out my hand in a mock chivalrous fashion. Well, shall we depart? I say with a wink. Milan laughs again. Yes, we shall, she says. We make our way out of the restaurant and stand outside. Do you need a ride home? I ask. Milan shakes her head. No, I think I'm just going to call a cab. People would talk if they saw us riding around together. She smiles. I shake my head and laugh slightly. Well, we don't want to cause a scandal now, do we? I pause for a moment. You'll think about my proposal, right? I want you to know I'm in this for the long haul. I'm committed to building a real connection with you, Milan. This isn't just some quick arranged marriage for me. I want to really know you and Amanda. Milan nods. I promise I will think about it, she says. I had a nice time tonight, Apollo. I'll be sure to tell Amanda all about it. Please do, I say. Now hurry home. I know you have some papers that need grading and lessons that need planning. I watch as her cab pulls in. She gets in, and after a moment, the cab pulls off. I stand in silence for a while, watching the retreating shape of the car. Well, I say to myself, that certainly could have gone a lot worse.
Chapter 8. Milan. Are you firing me? I sit before the desk, staring out the window, bathed in a cold sweat. I came to Avery's office for what I thought would be a routine housekeeping meeting. Nothing could have prepared me for what he's saying to me right now. Of course not. Avery seems offended that I would even think that. But what else could I assume? I'm hearing all the firing words: restructuring, budget cuts, and even layoffs. What is someone supposed to think when they get called into the boss's office and this comes up? I look at the individual leaves on the trees outside. They shiver and shake at the slightest change of direction in the wind. How do they manage it day after day? Milan, are you there? Avery's voice is gentle, but I'm still embarrassed. I'm sorry. I drifted off. He nods. I was saying I just wanted to make you aware of the changes. We still have some strategies in place to make layoffs unnecessary, but we're trying to be realistic and let people know that they might want to look for work elsewhere. The slash of his mouth compresses. I'm sorry, but you're one of those people. My face gets hot and my throat constricts. I know I should be thankful for the advance notice, but right now all I can feel is anger. My hands are shaking. I ball them into sweaty fists in my lap. Avery keeps talking. Why is he still talking? I wish he would stop. I can't breathe. If we have to let anyone go, we'll do everything we can to make it easy for you to find employment, references, glowing recommendations, connections, anything you need. I nod, hoping they have this written down somewhere. Surely they have a packet for things like this. A severance package or something. Severance package. I'm getting fired. No, he was clear. I'm not getting let go. Not yet anyway. Why is he insisting on scaring everyone? He said I'm not the only one he's talked to, but if that's true, why haven't I heard from anyone yet? Why hasn't this gotten around to me? We ask that you don't say anything to anyone about this until we've had a chance to talk to everyone. No need to scare people unnecessarily. Oh, well, that answers that question. How can they just shatter our worlds and then separate us from our support system like that? Don't they know how much some of us depend on these jobs? Don't they know how difficult it is for some of us to make ends meet anyway? Avail yourself of governmental assistance programs. People always say that, as if government programs are some magic that deals with everything. But they're not. They're hard to get on and stingy even if you manage. I'm going to have to figure out my own way. I listened to the rest of Avery's prepared speech, dumbfounded that I'm on the list of teachers they're thinking of getting rid of. I was supposed to make the cut. I'm an English teacher. This career choice was supposed to be stable. I sigh, once again frustrated that education seems to so often be undervalued. He winds down and leads me to the door. I nod politely at his assurances that this isn't personal and that they'll do everything they could to keep me. There's no need to worry just yet, but put out some feelers, blah, blah, blah. I make my excuses and leave. I think I say something about Amanda, but I forget almost as soon as I turn to go. I walk to my car in a daze, get in, start the engine, and sit there without driving off. How could they do this to me? The list of bills that I'm behind on flashes through my head. Amanda needs things that I've been putting off until appliances and cars stop breaking. I'm used to denying things for myself like doctor's appointments and new shoes. But Amanda can't go to school barefoot. Amanda. School. I almost drove off without her. She's at Shayla's after-school care program. Shutting off the engine, I climb laboriously from my vehicle. Halfway there, I realize I'm dragging my feet on the pavement. Okay, get it together, I tell myself. When I pick Amanda up, there can't be any sign of what just happened on my face. What's wrong? Shayla sees me and can tell immediately that everything is not how it should be. I take a deep breath and speak in low tones before she has a chance to call Amanda over. Avery just told me about the potential layoffs, and I'm on the list. Shayla's eyes get big and round. I'm so sorry, she gushes. I knew it was a possibility because I'm in on those administrator meetings, but I was told not to say anything. Besides, I didn't think for a moment that you would be on the list. What is he thinking? You're one of our best. I listen to her blather on for a moment until she notices what she's doing and trails off. I'm sorry, she says again. I'm just a little shocked. I know you must be too. I nod miserably. Oh, honey, is there anything I can do? I shrug. I don't even know where to go from here. This can't be the only school experiencing financial hardship right now, so getting another job as an English teacher might not work out. I thought I had a stable career path, and now I shake my head, at a loss for words. Shayla purses her lips sympathetically. Maybe it's time to find yourself a sugar daddy. She snorts, amused by the possibility, but something she sees on my face stuns her. That was a joke. Milan, I was kidding. Well, it may not be as far-fetched as you might think. I take a few moments to give her the gist of what Apollo offered. When I finish, she looks tired. What is it? Are you really considering this? She asks. My face gets hot again, and I'm suddenly perturbed. She and Avery adopted 2 children of their own, so she should understand the fear of not being able to provide for them. You of all people know what it's been like for us, I reason. Is it so crazy to consider a marriage of convenience? No, that's not it at all. She shakes her head vehemently. I hope you know what you could be getting into with this. A sigh heaves itself up from my toes and out my mouth. Wishes haven't gotten me anywhere, Shayla. People have been making arranged marriages work all over the world for thousands of years. If love were going to work out for me, it should have shown up a long time ago. She nods. No, I get it. When Avery and I first met, it wasn't exactly a traditional romance, she offers. We teamed up so the adoption could go through, but then everything fell into place. She then smiles and pokes an elbow into my ribs. Is he at least handsome? He's gorgeous, I exclaim, and we dissolve into giggles. The stress of the day melts from my shoulders as I share a laugh with my friend. The sudden release of pressure chokes me up, and I start to cry. What's wrong, Mom? Amanda comes up at precisely the wrong time, and I can't get it together like I wanted. Shayla hands me a tissue. Nothing, honey. I told her a joke that was a little too funny. I finally get my bearings and dry up. I'm fine, baby. Let's go home. I help Amanda gather her things and mouth a thank you over my shoulder at Shayla. She always did know how to help me relax. Amanda and I return her wave and head toward the car. Neither of us talks as we walk into the wind. Setting my jaw, I resolve to get through this. Time to go home and make some tough decisions. I chuckle to myself. What else is new?
Chapter 9. Apollo. I'm getting coffee at my favorite corner cafe when I see her again. My heart skips a beat, my palms get sweaty, and I suddenly can't catch my breath. I feel like a schoolboy. Good Lord, this woman is beautiful. She stands in line with her weight concentrated gracefully on one foot, drawing circles on the tiles with the toes of the other. One arm rests in the curve of her back, the hand clasping her other elbow in a gesture that betrays her discomfort. A chill runs down my spine, and I instantly know why. With that distant, mystified look in her eyes and the pronounced slope of her shoulders, she looks to be carrying a heavy weight. I realize that I want to carry it for her. It scares me a little. I'm not used to feeling like that about anyone, much less a woman I've had one slightly awkward date with. Slow down, I warn myself. No need to get carried away here. I can do her all the favors I want, but I have to remember that this relationship has a shelf life. I don't want to get too close and then watch her walk away with all her problems fixed and my heart in tatters. That last thought almost makes me laugh. Heart in tatters, that's a good one. I'm not the kind of person who risks their heart. Milan and I don't even have a relationship yet, and if we form one, it will be strictly business. Besides, there's nothing in the rule book that says I can't schmooze a potential liaison. It is, in fact, strongly encouraged. I sidle up next to her, observing with mirth as she looks at the menu with studied focus and her frown deepens. I invade her space a little, to which she mutely steps away. She doesn't know it's me, and she refuses to find out. Wow, she's wound tight today. I make a mental note to help her blow off some steam and step closer. That does it. I'm sorry, sir, could you... She finally sees me and gasps, closing her eyes and covering her mouth in the cutest gesture of surprise. I'm gratified to see that she's more relieved than she is embarrassed. It's you, she says with a laugh, putting a hand on my shoulder. Impulsively, I lean in for a light hug. She lets me pull her in, and I notice that she's trembling, not much, but she's on edge, and it irks me. It's me, I repeat boyishly. What are you up to? I don't remember seeing you here before. Where's Amanda? Milan looks overwhelmed at the inquisition, but it's distracting her from whatever was on her mind before. Friend's house. Amanda's at a friend's house, she manages. She waves a gift card by way of response to the rest. Oh, well, I consider the luck mine, she snorts, and I laugh easily. It feels good to laugh with her. Tucking a wave of hair behind her ear, she gets quiet. I venture a question. You seem stressed. Anything I can do? A breath goes in through her thin nose and out through beautiful pursed lips. She shakes her head, and that lock of hair she caught just a second ago escapes. I can't take my eyes off it. No, I'm just here to get some fresh air. I had a long week at work, and I thought getting to a different part of town might help give me some perspective. Okay, fresh air, shades of anti-work, perspective. I have just the thing. Looking at me quizzically, she gets to the counter and places her order in that halting, confused manner people use at new coffee shops. When she finishes, I tell the barista to make two and ask if I can cover her tab. Putting up a hand to stave off her stammered protests, I insist, please save your gift card for when you're not about to go on a helicopter ride. Her mouth opens in disbelief. I use her stunned silence as an opportunity to pay for the coffee and usher her gently to the side to wait for it. When she gathers her wits, she puts a hand on my arm again in the way she does, squeezing my biceps softly with her long fingers, careful not to dig her oval nails into my skin. I get a sudden, unbidden image of her squeezing my arm like that, eyes rolling back in her head as we make love. Breathing deeply and schooling my features against the unbidden thought, I attend to what she's saying. You were joking before, right? About what? I ask, playing coy. She slaps me on the arm. I grin but refuse to answer. We're not going on a helicopter ride, are we? But, of course, my lady. To her dubious look, I answer. It's not a big deal. There's a helipad on the top of my building and the pilot is on call. We just give him a destination and go. Milan shakes her head with a dazed expression. Of course, he has a helicopter. Why wouldn't he have a helicopter? She murmurs to herself. It takes some convincing, but by the time the coffee is cooling in our hands, we've topped the tower and taken off. We spend the day in New York. I take her to see Stomp on Broadway to get her heart beating, then to a salsa class. Once I persuade her that it's nothing, and she should enjoy a day to herself without feeling guilty, she leans into it, and we have a wonderful time. I make a discovery that comes as no surprise, namely that she makes her way across a dance floor like a pro. I spin and dip her until she's breathless and smiling. Sweat plasters the strands of hair at her hairline to her forehead, and I thank my lucky stars I found a woman who doesn't mind getting active. "How are you feeling about work now?" I ask as I toss her a bottle of water at the end of the class. "I have a job?" She laughs, panting, and smiles into my eyes. "I feel pretty good. I've never done anything like this before." "So I gathered," I remark. "Next stop, ice cream. Ever ridden in a convertible?" Leading her to the car I ordered from the helicopter on my satellite phone, I help her into the passenger seat and we zoom off to Coney Island. After a corn dog and a Ferris wheel ride, we walk on the pier and eat our ice cream and talk. She swishes down the wooden boards in her cornflower blue and white checked sundress and sandals, gradually opening up about her life and family and Amanda. The more I see, the more I feel like today can't be the last day I spend with this gem of a person. I get her back to Philadelphia in plenty of time to pick her daughter up from her friend's house and say my goodbyes, careful not to put any pressure on her. Today was about the release, after all. As I turn to go, though, I feel those fingers squeezing my arm. I hope it's not obvious how they squeeze my heart. What is happening to me? "What is it?" I ask gently, knowing she could ask for the world and I would give it to her. She gives me a sheepish smile and my chest constricts further. It's impossible that she doesn't notice the effect she has on me. I smile and wait for her to get it out. "I enjoyed myself today. I wouldn't mind seeing you again. But let's keep our feet on the ground next time." She chuckles and walks away. "No promises!" I shout after her, knowing that my feet won't be back on the ground for a long time.
Chapter 10. Milan. "Mommy, are you almost done?" Amanda whines. She kicks her legs impatiently, snuggling her stuffed elephant close to her chest. "Yep, just one more braid left, sweetie," I respond. Box braids are her favorite hairstyle, but it's a bit time-consuming, so by the time I'm done with them, she's got enough pent-up energy to run a marathon. Just as I finish up the last braid and attach a neon pink butterfly clip, the doorbell rings. "I'll get it," Amanda announces. Before I can stop her, she leaps from the chair and skips out of the bathroom. I let out a sigh, shoving the hair products back into the closet before hurrying after her. I'm seconds away from reminding her not to answer the door without my permission, but once I reach the entry room, I'm face to face with Apollo. He's standing in the doorway with a grin on his face and a bouquet of flowers in his arms. "Mommy, it's Apollo!" Amanda exclaims, pointing at him. "Yes, I can see that," I say. At least this time she hasn't opened the door to a pesky door-to-door salesperson. "Morning, Milan," Apollo greets. "I hope it's not too early. I just wanted to stop over and surprise you with a little something." He hands over the bouquet of vibrant pink tulips. I can't help but smile as I take them into my arms and sniff them. I'm glad to see he's slightly toned down his idea of a surprise. "Well, that's very kind of you," I remark. "And it's not too early at all. In fact, I was just about to start breakfast. Care to join us?" "I'd love that," Apollo says. He shuts the door behind himself, and I lead him to the living room. I stick the tulips into a vase sitting in the center of the coffee table. Their colors brighten up the whole room. "Is Apollo your boyfriend?" Amanda asks, clasping her hands together. My face heats up. "No, he's just a friend, honey," I say, rubbing the bridge of my nose. I can see Apollo stifling a laugh from the corner of my eye. "Then why'd he give you flowers?" Amanda asks. "Because friends can give each other gifts too," I say. Desperate to change the subject, I turn my gaze to Apollo. "How do you like your coffee?" "A splash of cream and a pinch of sugar," he says. "I'll get that started," I say. "Amanda, do you want to help me make the waffles?" Amanda shakes her head. She sits down on the couch right beside Apollo. Should have seen that coming. "All right, suit yourself," I say teasingly. I head over to the kitchen to get breakfast started. Fortunately, the waffles don't take too long to assemble since I'm using an instant mix. I somewhat regret not making something a little more special for a guest, but I just don't have the time or money to cook anything too fancy these days. Soon enough, the breakfast table is all set. A huge stack of waffles sits in the center, surrounded by a pitcher of warm maple syrup, a tub of butter, a can of whipped cream, and a little bowl of sprinkles. I've poured each of us a drink as well. Coffee for me and Apollo, and a glass of apple juice for Amanda. "Breakfast is ready?" I call to the living room. As Amanda and our guest make their way to the kitchen, I pull up an extra chair beside my usual spot for Apollo. Amanda sits down at the table and frowns. "What about breakfast for Bubbles?" she says, placing her stuffed elephant on the table. "Oh, how could I forget?" I say. I grab a bag of unshelled peanuts from the cupboard and set them on the table in front of Bubbles. Amanda nods approvingly as she pretends to feed the peanuts to her stuffed toy. "I'm gonna guess you're a fan of elephants?" Apollo asks Amanda as he sits down beside me. "I love elephants," Amanda exclaims. She grabs the whipped cream and sprays a huge pile on top of her waffle. Then she pours a handful of sprinkles on top. "My elephant is named Bubbles. I got her for Christmas last year," she continues. The memory of that Christmas morning makes my heart flutter. I'd never seen Amanda so happy over a gift I'd gotten her. "You have good taste," Apollo remarks. I'm a big fan of elephants too. One time, I went to the zoo and saw an elephant steal a zookeeper's hat with its trunk. Amanda bursts into laughter. I let out a snicker as well, spilling a few drops of my coffee on the tablecloth. "I want to go to the zoo and see elephants." "Can you take me to the zoo, Apollo?" Amanda pleads. "Well, that might be up to your mom," Apollo says. "She might have plans for you guys today, and I don't want to interfere with her schedule." "We didn't have any plans," I say. I reach for the maple syrup and drizzle it on my waffles, but I wouldn't mind a trip to the zoo. "Great, it'll be my treat," Apollo says. "And afterward, I'll order us some takeout. There's a really nice Chinese place I've been wanting to try." "Oh, you don't have to do that. The zoo is already more than I expected," I protest. "I know I don't have to, but I want to," Apollo answers. "That's what friends are for, isn't it?" "And you said Apollo was your friend," Amanda points out through a mouthful of waffles. "Don't talk with your mouth full, sweetie," I remind her. "But all right. We can go to the zoo after breakfast, and if he insists, I'll let Apollo take us out for Chinese too." "Then it's set," Apollo says. He turns to reach for the maple syrup but stops before he grabs it. He eyes Amanda's plate, intrigued by the whipped cream and rainbow sprinkles on top of her waffle. "Never had whipped cream and sprinkles on a waffle," he remarks. "Try it. It's very yummy," Amanda says. "Much yummier than that yucky, sticky maple syrup stuff." I roll my eyes. "Don't let her fool you. She was fine with maple syrup last month," I say. "But once she saw one of her friends eat them with whipped cream and sprinkles, she insists it's the only way." Apollo chuckles. "Well, I have to admit it looks good. I'm going to give it a shot," he says. He grabs the whipped cream and sprays it on top of his waffles, topping them with a little drizzle of sprinkles. When he takes a bite, his expression lights up. "I'm going to have to side with Amanda," he declares, wiping some cream from his face with a napkin. "This is pretty good." I was right. Amanda happily bounces in her seat, and I burst into laughter. "Well, I guess that just means more maple syrup for me," I remark. As we dig into our breakfasts, I can't keep the smile off my face. Inviting Apollo to spend the day with us was the best decision I've made all week, and it's only 9 a.m. I've never seen someone connect with Amanda so effortlessly. Every time he's in the same room as her, her face is brighter than the sun. Truthfully, I've been worrying about Amanda not having any good male role models in her life. She's had very few positive experiences with men, especially without her father around. I can't help but wonder if Apollo is the role model she needs. It would be nice for her to have a balanced family, not just a single mom who struggles to make ends meet. Maybe I should consider Apollo's proposal after all.
Chapter 11. Apollo. I'll be right back. I watch as Milan holds her hands out for Amanda. The younger girl eagerly runs into her mother's arms and is scooped up. Even after a day running around the zoo, she still has energy. I'm impressed. Milan presses a kiss to her daughter's cheek before looking at me. I'll be here, I say, waving cheerfully to Amanda. She looks at me and waves right back. Milan puts a hand on her daughter's upper back, rubbing it a few times as she starts to walk away. Say goodnight to Apollo, she sweetly says to Amanda. The young girl turns her happy face to me as her mother carries her up the stairs. Good night, she chirps. I look at the dinner table, deciding to help clean up. I grab all the plates, bringing them over to the kitchen. Coming back over to the table, I take the leftovers and put them on the kitchen counter, hoping maybe Milan has some Tupperware around to wrap this up. I look around the kitchen for a bit, before realizing that it would be a lot easier to find it if I just wait for Milan to come back downstairs. I wonder if she's reading Amanda a bedtime story. That would be so cute to watch. Amanda looks just like what I imagined Milan looked like as a child. They both have those same big brown eyes, staring up at you with curiosity and interest. Deciding to instead work on the dishes, I scrape the little crumbs of food into their trash can. It looks almost full. Maybe I can offer to take it out when I'm leaving. That has to give me some points toward the good guy category. By the time I start running the water, Milan is already walking back down the stairs. You don't have to do that, you know. She comes to stand beside me. I scoff lightly, scrubbing a large dinner plate. It's my pleasure. I ate the food, too. I rinse the soap off the first plate and place it in her dish rack. You did a lot just by being here. Bringing me flowers, taking us to the zoo, buying us dinner. She reaches to grab the sponge out of my hand, but I pull it away with a chuckle. Well, why don't you start with putting the leftovers away? If I'm not done by the time you are, I'll relinquish my job, I bargain with her. Fine. She reaches into the cupboard on my left and pulls out 3 different types of Tupperware. So that's where it was. I'll have to keep that in mind for next time. Next time? I'm getting ahead of myself. Did Amanda go to sleep easily? I ask, changing the subject. Yeah, for the most part. She asked if you were going to be here tomorrow for dinner, too. What did you tell her? I asked, genuinely curious. Oh, I told her that you were never going to come around again. My back stiffens slightly before her melodic laughter fills the kitchen. Oh my God, she was joking. Once the adrenaline wears off, I huff in fake annoyance as she turns to look at me. But really, what did you tell her? She shrugs lightly, sealing the first container. I told her it was up to you. If you wanted to come over again, you would. She starts filling up the next storage container. Up to me. I'd like to. She doesn't answer, just keeps cleaning up. I see the edges of a smile on her face, however. Other than that, it is quiet. We both seem content with each other's company, with nothing more to say between us as we work. I let the quietness sit in the room for a little while longer, but when I finish washing our dinner plates, I can't hold it in anymore. Milan, I start, and I hear the fridge open to my left. When I look over, she's moving things around to make space for the food. Yes? Come here. I put the last dish on the rack. She quickly finishes up in the fridge and walks over to me. This close, it's so easy to see how beautiful she is. With a sweet face and beautiful wavy hair to frame her face, she's a real looker. I glance down at my wet hands. She must see my expression and hands me a small dish rag. Thanks. I smile as I start to dry my hands. Have you thought any more about the proposal? I ask, and she stiffens ever so slightly. If I hadn't already been paying attention to her, it would have been an easy thing to miss. I have. If she's been thinking about it, does it mean that she wants to? Her tone doesn't sound all that cheerful, but the last time she was an absolute no. It's progress, at least. It would be beneficial for both of us, she admits. There's a small well of hope building inside of me at the trajectory of our conversation. I watch to see if her face changes again and reach for her hands. She holds mine, and we stand there for what feels like a long time. Milan, I think you are the sweetest person I have ever met. I have a great time with you and Amanda. I want to help take care of you both. Please give me the chance to help. I try to level with her, and I can see the look in her eyes shift as she hears me plead. We stand like that in the kitchen, both looking into each other's eyes. It feels like we're having a silent conversation. I want to care for her and Amanda. They would both benefit from a bit of financial help. Since I'm in a position to do so, then why wouldn't I?
Chapter 12. Milan. The look in his eyes reminds me a lot of Amanda. It's cute. The way he stares down at me, silently pleading words that he isn't saying. I feel a twinge deep in my chest, telling me that this is the best plan. I let out a long breath before leaning back on the counter and crossing my arms. You're right. He raises his eyebrows. I'm right? I nod. Let's do this. For Amanda, I add her name at the end, hoping it will squish that selfish little piece of excitement that bubbles up at his look. I have the paperwork here if you want to sign it now, or at least read over it. His voice is practically elated. A little startled by the idea of paperwork already, I nod. He gestures out of the kitchen. We head back for the table. He pulls out my chair for me, and I sit. I watch as he walks over to where he left his briefcase, popping the latch to open it up. He brings a thicker file over. When he opens it, several forms are neatly paper-clipped together. How long have you been carrying that around with you? I ask, looking between him and the papers. I got it drawn up the day after we first talked about it. I haven't had a single doubt that this was a good idea. The way he speaks really makes me think that everything is going to be okay. As you can see, it's a pretty straightforward agreement, and it will only last a year. That's firm. I start to read over the prenup, taking my time to make sure everything is reasonable. The last thing I need is another problem. Once I'm at the end, I look up at Apollo. His hopeful gaze hasn't moved an inch, and he waits on my final verdict. All right, it looks good. Do you have a pen? I ask coolly, holding out my hand. My elbow is resting on the table, and I watch as he scrambles out of the seat he took beside me to get a pen from his bag. I smile up as he places it in my hand. Thank you. I sign all the lines and dots all my X's. Then I close the folder and slide it back over to him. I'll make a copy of this for you and drop it off tomorrow, he suggests. I nod. Still seated, he taps his fingertips on the wood table. How would you feel about moving in with me tomorrow? His question shocks me. It has to be obvious on my face, and he stumbles over his next words. I mean, if you and Amanda want to. I was just thinking because we're going to be married. Maybe you would want to. I gently grab his hand to stop him. I want to say yes, but I should talk to Amanda first. I don't want to just spring this on her. I'll call you after we talk. I squeeze his hand before letting go and standing up from the table. He follows as I lead him over to the door. I hope you have a good night, Apollo, I say as I open the door. He smiles at me, and it crinkles the corners of his forest green eyes. You too. I'll see you tomorrow? He asks hopefully. Yeah? I close the door as he walks to his car, and thoughts of the future send a swirling mix of excitement and uncertainty running through my core. Tomorrow. I look over at the clock on my wall, and it's already late. Making my way back up the stairs, I pass by Amanda's door. I crack it open a bit. Seeing her sleeping there brings a smile to my face. She deserves the world, and I'm going to give it to her. The next morning starts with excitement, as it does often. Amanda comes rushing into my room, and I'm already half awake at hearing my door open. "Mom!" she calls out as she hops up on my bed. "What is it, sweetie?" I tiredly ask. She bounces a few times before wiggling herself under the covers and curling up into my side. "Can I have waffles for breakfast?" I chuckle before nodding as I hug her tight to my side. "Of course you can." She squeals with excitement, kissing my cheek as she says, "Thank you 100 times." I rub her back lightly before rolling myself out of bed. I hear her little feet hit the hardwood right after mine. I tell her to make her way downstairs, and I go into our hallway bathroom. Looking at myself in the mirror, I start to unwrap my hair. Letting it fall onto my shoulders, I load my toothbrush up with toothpaste and take care of my morning routine. When I come downstairs to the kitchen, I see Amanda has already started pulling out all of the different things she thinks we need for the frozen waffles. Whipped cream, chocolate chips, sprinkles. The waffle mix. Not an inkling of fruit anywhere. I tut slightly, starting to put the baking ingredients away. "No, I wanted chocolate chips," she whines, and I gently rub her head. "I'll put a few chocolate chips on, but no marshmallows and only a little whipped cream. You don't want to be overloaded for our plans today, do you?" She shakes her head as I stir up the waffle mix. Starting my own pot of coffee, I pull out a banana to cut up for her waffles as well. When it's done, I pour it into the griddle and finally bring the plate over to her. She sits down in her usual spot right beside me. "Now, Amanda, I have something big to ask you today," I say, and she looks at me with the cutest little confused face. "What?" she asks, with a mouthful of waffles. "Would it be okay if we moved in with Apollo for a little while?" Her face goes through a variety of different looks. First, it's surprised, then confused, then happy, before a pursed look sticks there. "Why?" she asks, and I smile. "Because he's going to be helping us out for a bit." She takes a while before she nods. "Okay, I guess." She takes another bite of her waffle. I smile brightly. "Are you sure?" I ask. "You can say no." "I know," Amanda says, "but I don't want to. I just had to think it through to make sure." I send off a text to Apollo, who responds that he is on the way. I look at it with surprise, but start to eat my breakfast as I wait. Not even 20 minutes later, there's a knock at my door. I open it in confusion, and Apollo grins as he holds out a box of donuts for me. Behind him, parked on the street, is a moving truck. "What is that?" I ask. My first words to my now future husband. He chuckles as he walks in. "Don't worry about anything. I also brought some boxes."
Chapter 13. Apollo. As I packed the back of my car with everything Milan insisted we needed for a whole day out at the park, I can't help but reflect on how quickly everything has changed. Milan and Amanda moved in with me exactly a week ago today. That day in itself was long. We had to go back and forth a few times, just to make sure nothing was left behind in the rush. Milan was impressed by my organization from start to finish. I won't pretend I wasn't trying to show off. Appearing at her house with the moving truck and boxes was all about impressing her. And now today, 1 week later, we're going on a family outing. Amanda sits in the back in a brand new car seat I bought for my vehicle. Milan sits beside me, rifling through her purse. "Don't worry. I'm sure you have 2 of everything," I tease her. In the back, Amanda plays with her stuffed elephant, Bubbles. Milan sighs. "I know, I'm just always worried." What if I did forget something? I wave my hand lightly and turn on the radio as I pull onto the road. Then we'll buy it from a store. But you packed for a weekend trip camping, not a day in a park. We have more than we could ever need. I glance at her as she looks out the window, those bright brown eyes watching the passing scenery. Hopefully they don't know this side of town well enough yet to know we're not going to the park. Pulling up to the amusement park's gate, Amanda wakes up to Milan's words. Where are we? I point to the large sign with the park's name. I thought you girls could use a day of fun, and I wanted to spend some more time with you two. I pay the day pass fee for all-day parking and gesture to the glove box. Could you grab the envelope in the compartment? She obliges, pulling out a thick envelope and looking down at it. Open it. As she does, she pulls out 3 passes for the day as well as 3 wristbands for faster lines. The look on her face is so priceless I almost want to pull over and take a photo. Just then, Amanda pipes up from the back as I park in a spot. This isn't the park. I turn off the car as I turn around to her. It's a type of park, little miss. We're going to ride some roller coasters. I say the last word with enthusiasm. Watching her little legs kick as she gets excited makes this all very worth it. Milan from beside me slowly undoes her seatbelt before opening her car door. Apollo, this is too much. I shush her quickly, climbing out of the car and looking at her over the top. It's my pleasure. I just want you two to have a good day. I walk to the back door and open it to help Amanda out. Milan makes her way to the trunk and starts unloading everything she needs, which I packed secretly so we'd be prepared. By the time we're ready, I've already put Amanda's wristband on her and made sure the car is all locked up until tonight. We walk up to the gate and it's quick to get in. As soon as we do, Amanda, from in between the two of us, clenches our hands tightly as she starts to jump around. Oh my gosh, I want to ride all of them. So we get started right away. It's about half an hour later when I look over to Milan, her hair whipping in the wind of the coaster's speedy pace. She and Amanda, who is in between us, are screaming as we go into a tunnel. I can't help but let out a boisterous laugh, throwing my own arms up for a brief period as we go down a hill. When the ride comes to its final stop, both the girls are in a giggle fit, and I feel absolutely ecstatic. I push up the safety bar, take off the shared seatbelt, and crawl out of the cart with ease. I pick up Amanda and sit her on my hip as I hold a hand out for Milan. We walk down the rampway together, still holding hands. Again! Again! Amanda shouts right beside my ear. Milan pretends to pause for a minute before reaching up to poke Amanda's side. What if we go find a new ride? One just as good. Amanda's eyes light up as we walk down the main strip of the park. Suddenly, the little girl's eyes fall on a game, and she starts wiggling in my arms. What is it? I ask. She points out a water shooting game just to our left. At the top of the stall is a large red elephant. It looks almost like her Mr. Bubbles, but 3 times as big and stuffed to the brim. It also looks unbelievably soft. I want it! I want it! I turn toward the game and start walking over. Well then, let's play, shall we? All 3 of us will play, and hopefully we can win it for you, Milan suggests. I put her down on a stool, and the 2 of us take the seats on either side of her. I pay the man running the booth enough for all 3 of us to play, and then the game starts. Milan and I both line up our squirters to the target with ease, but I see Amanda struggling beside me. Keeping one hand on my gun, I reach over to help her. The game doesn't take long to end, but when it does, it's Milan's target that blinks and rings the old-school bell. Congratulations, ma'am, you won anything from the middle shelf. The worker waves his hand to show us the shelf, and Amanda interrupts the 2 of them to point up at the elephant. I want that one. The booth man bends closer to Amanda. I'm sorry, miss, but you didn't get enough points for that one. Amanda's face scrunches up into one of disappointment, and she looks like she's about 30 seconds away from crying. Jumping quickly into action, I stand up. How do we win that elephant? I ask. Well, you need to win the game 10 times in a row, he says. That would be hard. I can't imagine either of them would want to sit here to win 9 more games. I lean in a bit, and the man does too. Is there any way I can just pay the difference for the 10 games? I ask in a hushed tone. The man looks at me for a long minute and then looks at the other two. With a sigh, he nods and holds out his hand. Just pay 45 for the other 9 games. I quickly fish the money out of my wallet, and he brings down the toy. By now, Amanda's attention is back on me, and her eyes light up as she notices that we are getting the toy. For me? She asks. Just for you, little miss?
Chapter 14. Milan. I first started to notice it in line to the Mythbuster. Amanda had practically begged the both of us to go, and though I was hesitant, I walked right behind them to get in line. Because we had fast passes, we were at the front before I knew it. The closer we got, the more nervous I felt for Amanda. This is one of our first rides of the day. If she did have an issue with it, it would be hard to get her to enjoy anything else the rest of the time we were here. But the whole time she was in Apollo's arms, he was telling her just how much fun we were all going to have. That beautiful little sparkle I loved to see in her eyes never dimmed once. Getting on the ride is different. As soon as she's buckled in, seated right in between the two of us, I can tell she's getting nervous. Fidgeting with the fabric on her belt, she looks from one of us to the other. Amanda, honey, are you okay? I ask sweetly, hearing everyone behind us getting finally buckled. The workers are heading to the front of the cart, passing by everyone one more time to ensure it was all safe. She mumbles, staring at her feet. I look up at Apollo, and he must see the tension in my stomach because he almost immediately breaks into action. Hey, little miss, do you know what my favorite thing to do on this ride is? He asks, and her head turns to look up at him. She shakes her head a few times, and he claps his hands together. As soon as they make the first drop, I love to throw up my hands and scream as loud as I can and try to be louder than the roller coaster. Do you want to do it with me? He asks her. As her feet kick, I know his distraction is working. She nods excitedly. Apollo then puts both of his hands on the bar in front of us, and she copies him to the best of her ability. I do the same, and then the scratchy speaker blares out that the ride is about to start. At the end of the ride, Amanda and I are both laughing hysterically with each other. Apollo helps Amanda and me out of the ride, and as she jumps up and down, hands waving in the air for him to pick her up, I start to realize that he really is a good influence on her. She reaches for both our hands as we walk off the ride's platform. The two of them are almost inseparable all day. From screaming on rides together, to him putting her on his shoulders to watch the midday parade, he nurtures and indulges all of her excitement for the park. Oh, let me get this, Apollo says as he grabs the 2 trays of food. I hold Amanda's hand in one, and with the other, I point out a free table. We walk over together, and Amanda sits on my side. Are you ladies hungry? He asks as he puts down the trays. Amanda nods excitedly and reaches out for a French fry. I gently pull her hand away. Let me make sure these are cool enough for you, Bug. I shuffle them out of their little paper cup onto an unfolded napkin. Waving my hand over the food, I break up the bigger ones for her. She grabs one, making a big show of blowing on it a few times before eating it. In front of me, Apollo gently waves my hand away as I start to unwrap her hot dog. Let me. You start eating. He takes the wrapped food out of my hand and makes it all pretty on the tray for Amanda. I can only watch with a pouty smile as I start to eat my own food. Thank you, I say, and he shrugs lightly as if this was his job all along. Putting the plain hot dog down, Apollo picks up 3 different kinds of condiment packets. Now, miss, which of these do you want on your hot dog? He asks in a faux posh tone. She points to the red one and the green one, and he looks to me for confirmation. I nod, knowing she likes both of those. Making an event of flicking the packets with his finger, he rips them open and dresses up her food. For you, madam. Amanda giggles with a French fry in her mouth and picks up the hot dog. Be careful, please. I don't want to be washing you down in the public bathroom. I chime in, and Amanda nods as she takes a big bite. Almost immediately, ketchup drips down onto her shorts. Of course. I grab a clean napkin and wipe off as much of it as I can. Just as I'm about to ruffle through the duffel bag, Apollo holds out a bottle of water. If you dampen the napkin, it'll help. I take it and nod as I do just that. Of course, he's right, and it saves me a lot of time looking for wet wipes. Once the stain is mostly gone, I make a mental note to wash these shorts extra well when we're home. Then I get back to eating. Amanda seems incredibly unbothered by the new wet spot on her pants, poking at it once or twice before just going back to eating. One might think we'd been co-parenting for years. By the time we're getting ready to go home, Amanda trusts him more and more. The hesitancy I saw in her earlier fades quickly, and he hasn't let her down once in making sure that she has the best time ever. When we all pile back in the car at the end of the day, he's the one to buckle her up and boop her nose as she tiredly laughs. He did a great job of tiring her out, that's for sure. It should be easy to get her to bed after a day like this, and tomorrow will be a big bath day for her. I internally laugh at the sight of a giant red elephant in the back seat of the car, all buckled in. I have no idea how we're going to get all of this in the house. I definitely overpacked for today, but for once, I didn't feel like I had to do it all by myself. Apollo climbs in the car after me and turns the radio way down as he puts on his seatbelt. "Do you think she had fun today?" he asks, glancing back at an already passed-out little girl. I giggle, nodding. "I think she had a month's worth of fun today. You really didn't have to do this, but it's appreciated." I smile genuinely at him, and he stares into my eyes for a long moment. I wanted to. "You both deserve to have a stress-free day of fun. Did you enjoy yourself?" he asks, and I nod sincerely. Then it was well worth it.
Chapter 15. Apollo. I can't wait to surprise the girls. I step out of the office into the sunshine and take a deep breath in. A beautiful day in Philadelphia. The drive to the school is short, and I can't keep the smile off my face. This has been such a thrilling adventure over the last week, getting to know Milan and Amanda. I pull into the parking lot and watch the stream of children pouring out of the front gate. I'm now part of this community, a family man. I smile to myself and practically skip into the school, checking in at the front desk. They wave me in, knowing that Milan and Amanda will be headed home with me. I easily navigate the halls to Milan's classroom, but pause when I hear voices in the classroom. Perhaps she is meeting with a student, so I step back to the side to wait. I start thinking about what we might have for dinner, and how I will get to put Amanda to bed tonight. After a moment, it occurs to me that the school is very quiet. All the high school students have gone as well as most of the teachers. I step closer to Milan's classroom. You know, he's really nice, and he's been great with Amanda, but I'm just not sure about it. I hear Milan's uneasy voice. My heart shatters with reality. It has been so easy to lose myself in the glamour of this partnership, but her words are a stark reminder that this is not a real relationship. Milan, don't make any rash decisions. You are in such a good place right now, even if it's just for Amanda. Sophia's voice gives me a pang of hope. And that's the biggest thing. Milan cuts in. If Amanda knew, I just can't do that to her. She has had enough turmoil in her last 7 years. Yes, obviously that would be bad. Damn it, Sophia, whose side are you on? But she would never have to know, Sophia continues after a moment. She finally has a father who loves her and a stable family home. Surely you want that. I hear Milan let out a sigh and shift in her chair. My heart can't take it anymore. I turn to leave, but I hear Amanda coming down the hall, humming to herself. I contort myself through a nearby open door until I hear Milan greet her daughter. Then I move in the opposite direction and speed walk out to my car. Once I sit in the driver's seat, I bounce my forehead off the steering wheel. How could I be so stupid? How could I honestly believe that she wants to be with me? I pull out my phone and shoot a text off to Milan, telling her I am waiting in the car by the handicapped spots. I don't want to risk my face giving away what I don't want her to know. I take the next 10 minutes to compose myself and steel myself against the thoughts of losing Milan and Amanda. They step out of the building, look both ways, and cross into the parking lot. Amanda lights up as she catches sight of me in my car. I don't think my heart can sink lower. Milan smiles at me, but I keep a straight face. Unsure of what to say to avoid exposing myself, the car ride home is tense between me and Milan. Amanda, however, is busy chatting away in the back. And the teacher said my report was very well written, and I was so excited, even though Johnny G made fun of me being called on by the teacher. I told him he was just jealous that I got to go to the amusement park and ride all the rides I wanted to, and she continues without needing any prompting or even any indication that we are listening. Her earnest, honest trust warms my heart and almost melts my reservations about what I overheard outside Milan's classroom. As soon as we get home and I get the door open, I storm off to take a shower and leave the girls without a word. I don't know what it was about what Milan said that bothers me so much. I try to steam and boil my insecurities out of my mind, but eventually give up. I knew that this was too good to be true. I knew she was a perfect woman when I set eyes on her at the charity event. Her love for her job and her daughter, and her dedication to finding the right partnership for her and Amanda only made her more amazing. But of course, there are two sides to it. She will never be happy with an arrangement like this, and it makes sense that she wants to leave. The only true thing is that I am hurt by what I heard, and I cannot let her know. When I return to the living room, Amanda immediately looks up at me with a brilliant smile. "Apollo, can you help me with this part?" Milan is in the kitchen washing dishes, and I walk over to the table where Amanda is working on homework. She starts explaining the assignment to me and what she is having trouble understanding. I sit down next to her and start helping her work things out. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Milan come around the corner and smile in our direction. I keep my head bent over her work, but Amanda catches sight of her mom and waves at her. "Mom, Apollo is so good at this. He made it make sense," Amanda shouts happily. I smile at the little girl as her shining eyes move between her mother and me. My heart is so full when Amanda is around. I adore this little angel. I will whip up some dinner then. Milan's voice doesn't betray any misgivings about our arrangement, but that could be for the sake of Amanda. I could never imagine hurting her or stealing her joy, but maybe there isn't a way to prevent it. Maybe it's better if I just get it over with. As for my heart, well, I can think about that later. Milan retreats into the kitchen and I remain focused on Amanda. She is an incredibly bright kid, and I have a suspicion that she is only asking for help to have someone with her. What was her life like before this? Dinner is served and table conversation is non-existent. I'm unable to meet Milan's eyes, both because of the shame of eavesdropping and the embarrassment of letting myself get so deep. I have to keep my heart closer to my chest. Eager to escape from the table, I stand up. Has everyone finished eating? The girls both nod and I look toward Amanda. "Amanda, can you have your mom tuck you in tonight? I'm going to clean the kitchen after dinner." Amanda's head bounces joyfully up and down as she drags her mom down the hall. Milan gives me a curious look over her shoulder, but I still can't make eye contact. I clear the table quickly, throwing dishes into the dishwasher and hand washing the good knives. Listening intently for noise coming from Amanda's bedroom in the back of the house, I make my way back to my room. I can't believe I am sneaking around in my own house. Throwing myself on the bed, my head is spinning from the hours of spiraling thoughts in my head. It isn't long before the darkness takes over.
Chapter 16. Milan. Just so you know, the paparazzi are outside. Apollo breezes through the kitchen on his way to work, long enough to pick up an apple. Briefcase in hand, he saunters toward the door. "Wait, what do we do?" I call after him. He's been distant the last few days, and today is no exception. He doesn't even look back over his shoulder to answer me. His words are short and clipped. Nothing. Just keep your head down and leave. They're not allowed to touch you, so if they do, let me know and I'll get my lawyer to file charges again. Again? I want to ask him about that last comment, but he's already gone. I feel brushed off, and it annoys me. When Amanda comes down for breakfast, I'm rushed and frazzled. I don't know how long it should take to walk through a group of people with cameras. And it wasn't part of my getting ready plan this morning. When we reach the door, I stop and take a deep breath. "What's wrong, Mom?" Amanda sounds so small. "Nothing, honey. There are just some people with cameras outside, and we need to keep our heads down and walk quickly, okay? Stay with me and don't let go of my hand." "Cameras?" Amanda whines peevishly. "Why didn't you tell me that before I picked this outfit?" I can't help but laugh. Here I am afraid of being accosted, and all she can think about is her outfit. "I'm sorry, baby. I'll tell you sooner next time." "Okay, just do it, like ripping off a Band-Aid." I push the door open and do my best impression of Apollo's confident jaunt. It's not nearly as bad as I thought it would be. He made it sound like they were trying to get in the house, but all the photographers are way down by the gate. We won't even have to approach them until we're in the car. I've never ridden through a crowd of people before, but if it's anything like driving through Philadelphia traffic, I think I'll be all right. Following Apollo's instructions, we keep our heads down and walk directly to the garage, where our driver, Leo, helps us into the car and directs the vehicle toward the gate. Like everyone Apollo hires, this guy knows what he's doing. He navigates through the crowd slowly and respectfully, but quickly enough to let them know they had better get out of the way. I expect the flashes to be blinding and Amanda to get scared, but the tinted windows stave off most of the glare. "Well," I breathe. That was virtually painless. Apollo always worries too much about little things. We drop Amanda off at her school without much fanfare, but when we arrive at mine, things are altogether different. Because the building belongs to the city, photographers are everywhere, on the lawn, filling the sidewalks, and blocking the entrance. I'm willing to bet Avery is not happy about this. As our car circles the parking lot, I survey the mob with apprehension. "Would you like me to escort you to the entrance?" Leo asks. Snapping my eyes to the rearview mirror, I catch his eye. He has a knowing look. I nod vigorously. "Thank you, Leo. I'm not exactly used to this much attention." "I understand. Answer no questions. Don't make eye contact. Just keep your head down and follow me." There's a theme forming for the day. Keep your head down, keep your head down. Leo pulls the car up by the sidewalk, then comes to open the door through the flood of people. I half expect them to crush him or bang on the car or something, but they move away from him as if he has a force field around him. Apollo must not have been kidding about the don't touch rule. Instead of opening the door and standing to the side to let me out, Leo blocks the cameras like a human shield. He helps me up, and my fists ball so tightly that my knuckles whiten. I can't feel my nails digging into the skin of my palm anymore. This is every bit as bad as I thought it'd be. I think as Leo pushes his way forward with me in tow. I can't even see the school building through all the flashes, and the shouted questions are just as disorienting. Looking at Leo's feet and trudging forward with my arms held tightly by my sides, I try not to notice just how tightly the crowd is pressing around us or how they close in behind me like we're a drop of oil sliding on the surface of the sea. When we finally reach the double doors to the school, the security guard, Mr. Harris, opens the door and lets me in. No one follows me. I turn to thank Leo, but he's already halfway back to the car after a successful handoff. Mr. Harris pushes our way through the halls of the school in a sea of somewhat smaller people with far fewer boundaries. They press against me from every side until the guard has to take my arm and pull me to my classroom. Blissful emptiness. He stands outside to keep the students from entering, as Avery's voice comes over the intercom. The students are to submit their class schedules for review, so all my students can be issued passes for Mr. Harris to check at the entrance to the room. This is ridiculous. I tell Apollo as much over dinner after Amanda asks to be excused, at which he looks into my eyes for what feels like the first time in days. I steel myself for the onslaught of platitudes. Better get used to it. You married a billionaire, etc. Instead, his face softens as he looks into mine. I'm sorry, he says. I should have sent you more protection or prepared you for it more thoroughly. I've been distracted. But I'll make sure this doesn't happen again. I'm a little taken aback. That's very kind of you, I answer. My voice low and gentle. He snorts at my shyness. There's something I should tell you, he says suddenly. What is it? I ask. He pauses, gathering his thoughts. I overheard you venting to a friend in your classroom the other day, and it hurt. I should have brought it up before now so we could clear the air. But it made me worry you don't want to be with me. Wow. Candid is the best attitude to return for candor, I suppose. Thinking back over the last few days, I remember the conversation he's talking about. Of course I do, I stammer in embarrassment. You don't have to tell me about the conversation. I just wanted to know that. And I'll take you at your word. No, I want to tell you. I take a deep breath. Not my first of the day. It's just, I'm a little concerned about what happens when all of this is over. I don't know what kind of effect it will have on Amanda. And me? And I have to say I'm not looking forward to it. Apollo looks surprised. He lays his hand on mine gently and offers an endearing smile. It's not my favorite thing to think about either. Let's cross that bridge when we come to it, okay? Agreed. I nod and let out the air I've been holding in my lungs since breakfast. It's different, having another adult around to help me make decisions about my life and state of mind. And while I'm in the mood for confessions, I admit to myself that I don't hate it.
Chapter 17. Apollo. Something weird is happening to my brain. Where it used to go immediately to making money or to investment strategies, it's now going to Milan and Amanda. I first noticed when I was walking by a window display and saw a male action figure from a movie we'd just seen. Amanda loved an anthropomorphic squirrel character from that movie, and instead of thinking I could tap into the marketing stream for my own products, I wondered if they made a version of the character that I could buy for Amanda. Of course, when I found out they didn't, I made some calls to see if we could put that into production. Someone somewhere had dropped the ball by not making the cute animal character into toys, and why not capitalize on their slack? But all this was a distant second when it usually would be the first thought to pop into my head. Seeing the joy on Amanda's face, and then on Milan's face when she looks at Amanda, does something to me that I never expected. I've become a happiness junkie. We've gone everywhere that I can think of in the small amount of time our schedules allow. Amusement parks, museums, and sporting events. Sure, there's some great publicity that crops up on social media and the paparazzi thanks to those outings, and I can tell certain people in my orbit are pleased. But the reality is that the roller coasters give me a chance to hug Amanda and Milan while we all scream. In the museums, I wander happily after both of them, listening to them talk about the art and the history behind things. I'm fascinated by the way Milan explains and encourages her daughter to think, ask questions, and see. More than once during our latest trip, I was moved hearing mother and daughter come to a consensus about helping others, having been inspired by something they saw or felt from a painting. I imagine Milan is a force in the classroom, and I'm slightly envious of the students that get to listen to her every day. At a basketball game, I watch Franklin, the 76 Erie's dog mascot, bound over and ask Amanda to wrap his hand in a bandage. She's on the jumbo screen, and the crowd melts, watching a little girl wrap up an enormous blue dog's hand before the game. The fact that it was on the cover of the morning paper didn't hurt, and the head of marketing sent me a personal text of thanks for setting it up. But the real reward was Milan's face while she watched Amanda. The tenderness and pride put a lump in my throat. I wonder if she will ever look at me like that. This evening, Milan is tired. She doesn't say so, but I can see it in her eyes when she comes through the door, carrying Amanda's bag as well as her own. We have plans to go out to eat at a trendy new restaurant, but I decide to try something different. So, I say tentatively, not sure how Milan feels about staying home with me. What are your thoughts about staying in tonight? I'm a bit tired, but can rally if you two want. I can see the relief on Milan's face and know I've played my cards right. Really? Oh gosh, that would be perfect. Mom has a lot of homework, and so do I, Amanda declares. Can you help me? I can, I say confidently. And I can make us dinner. Like what? Amanda asks, her face openly skeptical. Excuse me, little miss, but I'll have you know I'm a fantastic chef. Both women smile and shake their heads in obvious disbelief, but kindly decide to humor me. Then I realize I've just said I'll make dinner. Before I know it, I'm making the most bachelor meal ever of spaghetti and canned sauce. While I stir and sing silly songs over the marinara to make them smile, Milan and Amanda are sitting at the counter facing me, both busy over papers. I love how similar they are, the way their hair falls over their foreheads, the way they both pucker their lips to the side when they hit on a tricky problem. Amanda seems to be stuck, as her little mouth goes first this way, then that. After a minute of writing and erasing, she looks up at me. Can you help me? Milan looks up at both of us, surprised. She watches as I sidle around the counter, leaning on it with my forearms to get closer to Amanda's height. Always, I say, smiling at Amanda. What have you got? Math. I stand up quickly and throw up my hands. Nope, sorry. I can't do math. And I pretend to walk away. Amanda stares at me with concerned eyes, then starts to laugh when I grin and start back. You're silly. I know. Show me the math. I'm actually pretty good at it. She shows me their problem. It's some basic division, but I see where her thoughts are getting sidetracked. I explain the difference, then give her a few problems that are similar so she can see the idea in action. When she goes back to her problem, she gets it right away. She looks at the correct answer and nods her head in satisfaction. Without looking at me, she leans sideways and gives me a hug. Thank you, she says, and continues on with her work as if this were an everyday occurrence. She doesn't see how her comprehension and her hug of gratitude have affected me. My voice catches in my throat. I feel trusted, needed, and like I've genuinely helped her. Then I notice Milan is looking at me with a slight smile and a tenderness that puts me over the edge. I cough the lump away and stand up quickly, moving back over to the bubbling pasta water and picking up the package of dried spaghetti. Impressive, she says to me. I rip open the plastic with a little too much enthusiasm, sending some sticks of noodles to the furthest corner of the counter. How so? I say, trying to gather them up. What you did just now explaining math? Some people train for years and don't get how to do it. You're a natural. A natural what? A joke. A teacher. I'm serious. People can't just do that. I smile into the water, measuring out the pasta in my hand. Her approval makes me glow in a way that I haven't felt since I was young and back in school myself. I had good examples, I say, dumping the pasta in and stirring. When I look up, she is still gazing at me, and I suddenly feel self-conscious. At once I know that this is my new goal, to see this smile on Milan's face every day. How can I tell Milan anything about this? Would she believe that they are becoming the lights of my life? I can hardly believe it myself, and yet nothing feels as good as standing here alone with them in the kitchen, quietly making dinner. Who knows how she feels? For now, I'll take every moment like this that I can get.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vic Savon. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please Help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 18. Milan. It's obvious, Milan. I roll my eyes at Sophia, although she knows me better than anyone else. Sometimes that can backfire on me. Seriously, girl, I know Apollo has wormed his way into your heart. I have never seen you happier. Sophia winks at me as if to conclude her diagnosis. Once again, Sophia has used our lunch hour to berate me for my insecurities. The sudden topic change has put me off for the remainder of my lunch. She just doesn't get it. Okay. I can't deny there is an attraction, but in spite of the way things seem to be going, I am still worried. For no reason, she claps back. For loads of reasons. Unnecessarily. I let out a groan of frustration. Sophia, there are plenty of reasons for me to be nervous. What if this goes wrong? What if he doesn't care as much as I do? Or worse, he doesn't care at all? What if Amanda gets too attached to him and then her little heart gets broken? I can't protect her from that devastation. What if I lose my job and have to rely on the man and he resents me? Sophia throws her hands up with a look of genuine concern for the first time during this conversation. I try to slow my breathing, my pulse racing. Whoa, sis. Slow down. You are getting yourself way overworked about this. No, you don't understand. I can feel my face is hot. She cuts me off. I understand perfectly. You are falling for him. She levels her gaze at me, completely calm and sure of herself. She sits back in her chair, never faltering. I am not. I cross my arms across my chest and break eye contact. Am I acting like a petulant child? Yes. Do I care? No. I refuse to be bullied by my best friend over a guy who made it clear that this was a business arrangement and not a relationship. My stomach is in knots over the idea that I am catching feelings while he is looking at this like a contract that he is taking pretty seriously. The dedication to the image of our relationship cannot be denied. It seems like an hour has passed before Sophia lets out a deep sigh and takes a gulp of water. I glance at my forgotten lunch and begin to feel sick to my stomach. Milan, I know falling in love is scary. I know there are a lot of variables to think about, and you are plenty good at worrying about all of them. Yes, David screwed you, but you got a beautiful little girl out of it. Apollo is a good man. He is taking care of you, supporting Amanda, and you have to accept that. He doesn't have a reason to support you and Amanda, but he does anyway. He has given you every reason to trust him. I meet her eyes again and my shoulders slump. She is right, as usual. It is fitting that she is a math teacher. Her calculations are always on point and her solutions are usually definite. Apollo has good intentions, regardless of what you think his motives might be. And I have seen you two together. You're like a couple of lovesick teenagers. I should know. I have to break some up every day in my class. She makes an exasperated face, and I laugh in spite of myself. Teenagers. Are we really? I can't believe that's what we look like. I find myself slightly giddy at the concept, albeit disbelieving. Oh, yes, ma'am, it is. Just take a look at your press coverage. You two are so happy together. Don't take that away from yourself. And then there's Amanda. The mention of the press punctures the bubble. What if he only acts that way for them? What about her? I suddenly feel shocked and afraid again. I have never seen Amanda so happy. She is confident and radiant and full of life. She is doing better in school. She wants to get more involved. If you can't see that, are you even paying attention? It is her turn to cross her arms in derision. She raises an eyebrow at me, and I feel the shame wash over me. While I obviously was thinking about Amanda, was I really noticing my daughter? If Apollo can be this wonderful father figure, adore her, and interact with her, I can definitely put in the effort to make this work. Even after this contract is fulfilled and we part ways in the relationship, Amanda could still have Apollo in her life, even if it devastates me, especially when her father ghosted me. I never dreamt I could find someone to dote on her like he was her true father. And yet, here is this gorgeous and caring man doing just that. She deserves that, and I have to put stock in that. You are right, as usual, I finally admit, defeated. Her smug look makes me toss a crumpled paper ball at her head. She laughs heartily as she dodges the object. Hey, even if it's only for Amanda, it's worth it. But you are definitely getting something out of it as well. She winks, intending a much deeper meaning than living with a billionaire who dotes over us. Obviously, nothing is happening like that. We don't even share a room. But I definitely catch her meaning. Cohabitating with a gorgeous billionaire, living in luxury we have never known, definitely inspires me to act upon this fake relationship. Throw him a bone if you will. He is everything any woman could want. And he chose me. A ragtag, struggling single mother with nothing to offer and everything to lose. Why me? I know what you're thinking, Milan. Why me? What makes me special? Well, knock it off. I grunt irritably as she continues. You deserve to be happy. You work your tail off to give Amanda everything. You give all of your students your full and complete attention, even when it becomes overwhelming. You love deeply and truly, and I think that Apollo sees it. I believe with everything in me that Apollo sees you exactly the way I do. And I love you, sis. Accept the joy and love you have in your life. Accept that Apollo loves your little girl and wants to give you both your best life. Don't be afraid of love. I let out a deep exhale and put my elbows on my desk, holding my face in my hands. Apollo has definitely improved our lives. We are definitely getting closer to each other. Amanda wants him around every second of every day. Sophia believes in this. Amanda trusts in him. Everyone in the office has been giving us the side eye, wondering what will happen next. He treats me like the best thing to ever happen to him. Maybe I am overthinking a good thing. Even if I have doubts about the man, the two most important people in my life don't. Sophia has never and would never lead me astray. Amanda looks up to Apollo, and I have seen how he looks at her. The adoration lifts my heart like it is full of helium. I am on cloud 9 when we are all together, like a proper family. It's been a long time since I have felt this happy. Maybe I am falling for him. Can I accept that love knowing it is built on a facade? Am I really in too deep?
Chapter 19. Apollo. What a day! I drop my jacket and briefcase on the wingback chair I keep in the atrium and make my way to the kitchen. Pressing the play button on the landline's answering machine, I open the refrigerator door and reach for a cup of yogurt. I need some protein in a bad way. Not many people in my position would keep a landline, but I don't like to carry my tech with me all the time, and there are a few people in my life for whom I like to be reachable. Plus, it makes me nostalgic, and I indulge some of my favorite memories at home. The number is unlisted, so the only messages I usually get are from my family or the groundskeeper or whatever. I shared the number with Milan, though, so I'm not surprised when a perky voice comes over the speaker. Hi, Milan! It's Shayla! Most of what she has to say is mundane teacher stuff, so I return to the machine to press the button that will save the message and skip it. Hearing the next words, however, I stop with a spoonful of blueberry yogurt halfway to my mouth. So I know it's been tough with the budget cuts and layoffs and everything, and I thought you could use a girls' night out to take your mind off of things. What do you say? Call me back! The next message drones in one ear and out the other. Budget cuts? Layoffs? What the hell? Milan hasn't mentioned any of this to me. I wonder for a minute if this is why she avoids talking about her job. What's an English teacher's job doing on the chopping block? The more I think about it, the dumber it sounds. At best, it's just silly. Do we not speak English anymore? Milan must be torn up. Why hasn't she said anything? The heat creeps into my cheeks. Who do those bastards think they are, getting rid of such a dedicated and capable teacher? Our education system must be going to hell in a handbasket if they're getting rid of people like her. The urge to swoop in and make it all better is overwhelming. But if I learned anything from our last misunderstanding, it's that I should bring things up before I make assumptions. Milan is a big girl, and if she wants my help, she'll ask for it. A few slight misgivings tickle my brain. She would have told me already if she wanted me to know. On the other hand, I found out through totally above-board means, and if I keep it from her, then I'm the one with the secret. I don't have time for games. As soon as Milan gets home from work, I take her things and suggest she go unwind in the jacuzzi next to the infinity pool. I already have a glass of wine prepped for her and a snack for Amanda, so I allow myself the enjoyment of watching her eyes light up. When I have Amanda set up with her homework by a table where Milan can see her, I throw on some board shorts and step out to the hot tub. "Mind if I join?" I ask. She barely registers my presence, but I think I hear a murmur of assent. Easing my way into a massage chair in the corner of the tub, I let the tension from the day fall from my shoulders as well. The jets are already set to my preferences, and I let them massage away the stress. I want this conversation to be more of an informative troubleshooting session and less of an inquisition. "How was your day?" she asks, eyes closed with the glass of wine in her hand. I smile and tell her about it, sparing her the gory details. I ask after hers, and she keeps it short too, letting me know she isn't interested in a protracted interaction. Well, the quickest way is the blunt way. "Shayla left you a message on the landline. She wants to know if you're interested in a girls' night out to take your mind off the layoffs." Milan raises her head and gazes quizzically in my direction, maybe to decide whether to be angry or gauge my feelings on the matter. "She said it so fast I didn't get a chance to skip the message, and I don't like walking on eggshells. So I know now, and you don't have to tell me anything else." I look at her directly, shrugging when I finish, then go back to enjoying the jets on my neck and shoulders to let her know a response isn't necessary. When I open my eyes again, though, she's looking into the water with a frown. "Are you okay?" I ask tentatively. She bites her lips as tears come to her eyes. A couple of them slip down her cheek as she lifts her gaze to mine and shakes her head. "Oh, man. I'm sorry to bring it up. Do you want to talk about it?" I cross over to her side and put an arm around her, hugging her close. She gives me some brief details, but she doesn't know a lot more than Shayla said on the phone, just that Avery advised her to start looking for other work. "What are they doing getting rid of core teachers?" I ask. Milan shrugs helplessly. "I guess it's bad enough that they have to get rid of something. So if they cut my drama classes, I'm only a part-timer. They'll just combine my English classes with a full-time educator who makes the cuts. And what can I do? It's not my decision. I just wanted to be a teacher." She puts her face in her hands and weeps. I know part of it must be that she's releasing some major pent-up emotions, but it breaks my heart to see her this way. I can't bear it. I comfort her the best I can, ordering dinner and giving her an early night so she can rest up. The next morning, I cancel all my appointments and hole up in my office to brood. The situation has me so up in arms for Milan that I can't concentrate on anything else. Weighing my options, I decide on a plan. One of my holdings is an educational nonprofit for disadvantaged areas called Mindful. It's mostly for third-world communities, but I decide it's about time that it takes a trip to my backyard. With a few strategic phone calls to the board of Mindful and my lawyers, I set up a fund specifically for the educational betterment of the Philadelphia area. Then I call the Board of Education and personally deliver the good news, using an alias, of course. There will be enough annual cash flow that they can keep the teachers they have and still invest in new educational formats that have been proven to work in urban contexts. I swivel my chair over to the window and lean back to bask in a job well done. The best part about it is that Milan will never know. Sure, she might figure out that I had something to do with it, but Mindful isn't based in Philadelphia, and my name is nowhere near it. She would have to hire investigators to link it to me, and we both know she doesn't have that kind of time. The bottom line is that Milan loves to teach. If she's good at it, and she is, then it follows that she should teach. If the Philadelphia education system has to benefit in the process, then so be it. The old me would tell her about doing this. Heck, the old me would have told the press about it. But the new me knows that just seeing her happy is enough. And it is.
Chapter 20. Milan. I come home from a long day of work feeling oddly refreshed, like a weight has been taken off my chest. It's funny just how much it helps to have Apollo know about the budget cuts in the school system. Energy is coursing through me, and I've felt more and more like myself since yesterday evening. Close your eyes and hold out your hands. Apollo appears from around the corner, making me jump. Whoa! Home early 2 days in a row? What's next? New cars? Haircuts and tattoos? Give it to me straight. Are you about to have a midlife crisis? I escalate the situation so quickly that he narrows his eyes. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I suddenly feel unwelcome. You know what? I think I'll take your surprise and get back to work. He winks and I laugh. You seem more relaxed than yesterday. Oh yeah, so much more relaxed. I nod. Relaxed enough? For front row seats and backstage passes to the Goo Goo Dolls tonight? He waves the tickets under my nose with an enticing smile on his face as I feel my eyes get big and round. How does he know the Goo Goo Dolls are my guilty pleasure band? I keep how much I love them pretty close to my chest most of the time. You didn't? But who will watch? I've called in a babysitter for the evening. Fully vetted and background checked. I've used her as a house sitter before, and she's way overqualified for it. She'll be glad to use her skills tonight. I'm dubious. Are you sure? I've never met her. Well, step this way, and if you have any misgivings about her, we won't go to the concert. He looks confident that I'll decide she's great, and when I meet her, I understand why. This lady would be far more suited to being a governess for 7 singing Austrian hooligans in a musical. After speaking with her for a few minutes, Apollo pulls me to the side. So, do you like her? Can we go to the concert? Huh? Can we? Can we? Please? He bounces boyishly up and down, clutching the tickets to his chest and looking so genuinely hopeful that I can't help but laugh again. Yeah, we can go. Let me get changed. Woohoo! He holds the tickets in the air triumphantly. Be sure to put on something rockish. None of that boring teacher stuff. I pout in mock offense. I thought you liked my boring teacher stuff. I throw the phrase over my shoulder as I run to put on jeans, a t-shirt, and more lip gloss. I can't believe he scored tickets to my favorite band. Practically diving into the car, I buckle up and bounce in my seat until Leo starts the engine. What's your hurry? We're 3 hours early. Apollo wonders aloud, but I'm positive he knows exactly what my hurry is. He gets into the car with excruciating sloth. Come on, I plead. I want to get there. He chuckles, amused with himself, and acquiesces. I'm so excited I can barely contain myself. I feel like Amanda if she were to get permission to feed the elephants in their habitat at the zoo. Apollo could probably make that happen too. He could take us on a freaking safari. Hell, the man probably has plans to buy her a pet elephant and keep it in the backyard. My laughter takes on a bit of a crazy edge, and I glance over to the concerned face peering back at me. You need to get out more, he says simply, and I feel my cheeks heat up. Sorry, I'm just really excited. This will be the first concert I've been to since Amanda was born. For a second, I think his eyes are going to bulge right out of his skull. Are you serious? Geez, Leo, drive. Drive. Leo rolls his eyes playfully and we laugh. It feels good to get out of the house and spend time with someone who cares enough to find out my favorite band. Speaking of which, hey, how did you know I love the Goo Goo Dolls? A magician never reveals his secrets, he returns, smiling coyly. No, seriously. How'd you know? It's not like I have a poster of them up or something. There must be an edge of suspicion in my voice because he smirks. I didn't hire a PI or go through your stuff or anything if that's what you're asking. He hedges. When I give him a pointed glare, he holds up his hands as if to defend himself from an attack. What? It's not my fault if your friends have loose lips. Ah, Sophia, I exclaim. Apollo puts his right hand to his chest and closes his eyes, raising his left as if taking an oath. I cannot reveal my sources. Investigator's code. We joke all the way to the concert, where he gets us hot dogs and nachos and cotton candy and tons of Goo Goo Dolls merch. On the way home, I'm positively on cloud 9. I can't stop talking about how much I've loved the dolls since I was a kid. The first time I heard them, how much better they are in concert, how most people just don't understand what makes them so great, how I can't believe he was able to get tickets on such short notice. I talk until I'm pretty sure Leo wishes he brought his earplugs. Is there anything else you want to do before we go home? Ice cream? A midnight walk on the Schuylkill? I shake my head. No, I'm at the pinnacle of bliss. Apollo chuckles. And I'm really tired, I add. He nods and turns to Leo. You heard the lady. Homeward. When we get there, it's all I can do not to make a ruckus. We quietly bid the babysitter goodnight and start trying to settle for bed. I'm exhausted, but I know I won't be sleeping tonight. As Apollo wishes me goodnight and turns toward his room, I clasp his arm. Hey. He turns back curiously. Thank you so much. This was awesome, I say. He smiles, stepping toward me, and I'm suddenly aware of his closeness and how my fingers are on his bare bicep under the short sleeve of the t-shirt. He never wears short sleeves, and I find that I can't take my eyes off the bulging muscles under the tight fabric. You're welcome, he breathes. What I do next is a conscious decision to stop overthinking and allow myself to live in the moment. I step up on my toes and brush a kiss against his lips. I'm self-conscious for a moment, but not sorry. I'm even less sorry when he pulls me close and kisses me back. Apollo folds me into his chest, and I'm warm, safe, and cared for. His lips are soft and his hands are strong. I can feel my eyes roll back as my grip on his biceps gets tighter. He deepens the kiss and I shiver in his arms, knowing that I'm not going to stop. Mom? Amanda rounds the corner, rubbing her sleepy little eyes, and we break apart. I bite back a frustrated sigh. Surely Apollo will understand the price of instant parenthood now. What is it, baby? I ask tiredly. Apollo's breathing is labored, and he rubs his lips as if I burned them. I need a glass of water. Before I can answer her, Apollo moves to the cabinet to get down a glass. Of course, little miss. Head on back to bed. I'll be there in a minute. When she's left the room, he turns to me and kisses me on the forehead. I got her, he whispers. Go get some rest. As he leaves the room to care for my daughter, I feel the impression of his mouth on mine and realize I'm falling for him. Hard.
Chapter 21. Apollo. I lead Amanda back to her room, thankful that the darkness of the hallway is hiding the flustered expression on my face. As much as I wanted to savor that intimate moment with Milan, I don't hold it against her. After all, taking care of the little one comes before anything else. As I step into the bedroom and look around, I can't help noticing how adorable it all is. The walls are painted a soft lilac color, and there are glow-in-the-dark stars scattered across the ceiling. The decor is pretty vibrant, too. The walls are adorned with a mix of family photos, artwork made by Amanda, and a few elephant posters here and there. It's late, kiddo, I say, gesturing toward Amanda's bed. There's a huge pile of stuffed animals gathered at the end of it. Let's get you tucked back in, all right? But I can't sleep, Amanda whimpers. She flops onto the bed with a dramatic sigh, covering her face with her hands. "Why's that?" I ask. I move a few stuffed animals aside and sit down on the edge of the bed. "Did you have a bad dream?" Amanda shrugs. "Kinda," she says. "It wasn't a scary one, but it was still bad." "Well, tell me what happened," I say. "It might help you feel better." Amanda pulls her hands away from her face. "I had a dream that Mommy couldn't be a teacher anymore," she says. "Her boss said that she was bad at her job and that he was gonna hire someone else to teach instead." Oh, honey. My heart aches just hearing Amanda talk like this. I pull her into a gentle hug. "Your mommy is gonna be just fine. I think sooner or later they'll realize just how much they need her." "But Mommy was talking on the phone yesterday and she sounded so scared that she wouldn't get to be a teacher." Amanda sniffles, wiping her face on my shirt. Normally I'd find that gross, but I ignore it in favor of comforting her. "Will you take care of us if Mommy can't go to work anymore?" she asks, her voice wavering. Smiling sadly, I nod. "I promise. No matter what happens, I'm not going to let you two struggle. But I believe that your mom will be just fine. As you said, she's a really good teacher." Amanda nods. "Okay. Pinky, promise you'll help us? I heard you have billions and billions of dollars. That's enough to buy us lots of food and a nice house, right?" "More than enough, kiddo," I say with a chuckle ruffling her hair. "So don't worry your pretty little head about it. I'm going to take good care of your mommy, and I'm going to take good care of you. Now let's get you tucked in, all right?" Amanda climbs under the covers. I can see by the expression on her face that she's still uncertain, though. So instead of talking more about her concerns, I decide to take a different route and offer a distraction. "What do you want to be when you grow up, Amanda?" Her expression brightens up a little. "I want to be a zookeeper," she says. "I want to take care of the elephants and beavers and tigers and all the other animals they have there, but especially the elephants. That's a really good career. An important one, too. Someone's got to take care of all those animals," I say. "And you're a pretty smart kid. I think you can be whatever you put your mind to," I add. "Anything?" Amanda raises an eyebrow. "Can I be a princess?" she asks. "I mean, I definitely can't rule it out. You just have to marry a prince," I tease. "I want to marry Aladdin," Amanda says with a sleepy yawn. I let out a laugh. "Well, maybe one day you'll meet a kind and handsome man who looks just like Aladdin," I say, tucking her in underneath the covers. "But not any time soon. You're too young to even think about getting married. Right now, you just focus on getting good grades in school and making friends, okay? Let me and your mom worry about the grown-up stuff." "I'll try," Amanda says. She reaches across the bed toward her pile of stuffed animals. "Can I have Bubbles?" I grab the stuffed elephant and hand it to her. She eagerly takes it and hugs it to her chest, laying back down against the pillows. "Can you tell me a story before you go?" Amanda says sleepily. "I'll try my best. It's getting late, though, and the creative part of my brain isn't functioning that well," I say. "It's okay. Doesn't have to be a very good story. Just a story," Amanda says. "All right. How about instead of a made-up story, I tell you one about real life?" I suggest. Amanda nods. "I like real-life stories, too." "Good. Then a real-life story it is," I begin, adjusting my position on the bed so that I'm parallel to Amanda. I rest my hand on her head and begin stroking her hair. Her big brown eyes fall shut. "Once upon a time, there was a beautiful high school language arts teacher named Milan. She had a wonderful daughter named Amanda who looked just like her." Amanda lets out a tiny giggle, hugging Bubbles a little tighter. "Milan didn't always have it easy in life, but she tried her best to make things work, especially when it came to raising her daughter," I continue. "Every now and then Milan would worry about not having enough money. Many nights she feared that she wouldn't be able to take care of her precious little Amanda anymore. But Milan was tough, and so was her daughter, and with a little time and patience as well as some help from a friend, Milan was able to keep things afloat. One day she didn't even have to worry about money anymore. And little Amanda? I gently boop her nose. She grew up to be the finest zookeeper the world has ever seen. Hey, I'm not a zookeeper, Amanda giggles. I thought you were telling a real-life story. Maybe it hasn't happened yet, I say with a shrug, but it will. I have a pretty good feeling about it. Once I stand up from the bed, I give Amanda a little kiss on her dark forehead. Sleep well, kiddo. Your mommy and I will see you tomorrow, I whisper. Night-night, Amanda says with a yawn. She rolls over onto her side and gets into a more comfortable position, letting out a tired sigh. I turn off the light as I make my way out, and the butterfly-shaped nightlight by her bed brightens up. As I shut the door, I let out a soft sigh of relief. As much as I wish I'd gotten to enjoy my romantic moment with Milan, I don't regret chatting with Amanda one bit. She may not be my kid, but I'm starting to love her as if she's my very own. She's creative, ambitious, and her presence never fails to light up the whole room. Milan's absent ex has no idea what he's missing. Now more than ever, I'm certain of one thing. No matter what happens with me and Milan's relationship, I'm going to make sure these two women have a bright and secure future waiting for them.
Chapter 22. Milan. Apollo hasn't been around much lately, at least not since he started his most recent project. It's not that he doesn't want to be around. I can see that much in his dark green eyes as he says goodbye to Amanda and me. He still tries his best to be there for Amanda, but I've seen him in his office on the days he leaves the door open. His hair looks like he's run his hand through it 1,000,000 times, and he's always hunched down, staring at his work. It's taken its toll on me. I never realized how much I had been using him as a personal comfort after a long day, or even how happy he made me just being around. It's especially hard on days like today. It feels like I'm juggling dinner and Amanda all on my own again. Putting on the oven mitts, I take the lasagna out of the oven. I turn down the oven and put a batch of brownies in. I pull out my phone to set a timer and push it back into my pocket. Amanda needs them for her class tomorrow, and of course, she didn't inform me until after school today. It's times like right now that I wish I hadn't taken for granted the 2 extra hands I had. I don't know what time Apollo is going to be home. He called me briefly during lunch, but he sounded unbelievably stressed, so I didn't ask. Mom! Amanda comes traipsing into the kitchen with her favorite plastic cup in hand. She pushes it into the fridge's automatic water dispenser and watches it fill. What is it, Bug? I ask as she pulls her cup back. I'm currently tossing the salad I forgot to make until right now and looking down at her. She gets a bit too close to the oven, and I quickly and gently grab her hand before she touches the surface of it. It's hot still, I say, and she nods as she backs up. What's in the oven? Your brownies? Her eyes light up. Can I have one after dinner? Only if you eat all your salad, and only a small piece. I gotta make sure there's enough for the rest of your class. She nods excitedly as she takes her water and starts to run out of the kitchen. Thanks, Mom. I call after her, hoping a disaster won't happen. Be careful, no running in the house. I sigh as the sounds of her footsteps drift off into the air. When is Apollo going to be home? He didn't eat with us last night and barely made it on time the night before. I would be worried he's avoiding us, but he seems so apologetic when he does come home. With a sigh, I start to bring everything out to the dining table. I don't think I'll ever get over just how much more modern his house is compared to our apartment. It all looks effortlessly clean, like a catalog. It hasn't changed much since Amanda and I moved in, except Apollo insisted we keep a few toys scattered around the house for her to feel more at home. And there's a colorful backpack and jacket hanging by the door. I finish setting up the table quickly, still making a spot for him just in case he does walk in halfway through. Amanda, dinner is ready. I call to wherever she's gotten off to, and I hear the pitter-patter of her feet as she comes running from what looks like her room. Hey, no running, Bug. I chastise her, and she almost immediately stops. Walking the rest of the way, she puts her plastic cup down on the table and sits in her usual spot. Once she is situated, I start making both of our plates. Halfway through mine, my phone starts to chime loudly, telling me the brownies are done. Jogging over to the kitchen, I call out behind me, "Don't eat the pasta yet, it's still hot." The brownies look perfectly done, but I stick a toothpick right in the center. It comes out clean, and I grab the oven mitts to pull out the brownies. Setting them on the top of the oven, I turn the dial all the way off. I hang the mitts again, walking back out to dinner, where Amanda is stabbing a crouton with her fork. I finally finish making my plate and sit beside her. "Do you want me to cut up your pasta?" I ask. She nods as she puts the dried bread in her mouth. I lean over and grab her plate, moving mine to the side to start cutting her lasagna up into bite-sized pieces. I wave my hand over it for a minute, hoping it's cooled down enough for her. Handing it back over, she excitedly grabs a piece. "Make sure to blow on it." She stops pushing it into her mouth to blow on it a bunch of times, very quickly. Seemingly satisfied, she takes a bite and chews it with enthusiasm. I'm glad you like it." "Is Apollo coming for bedtime?" Amanda asks as she eats. I avoid eye contact with her for a long moment, unsure of what to say. "Maybe," I finally offer. "I'm sure he will try his hardest. I know he wants to be here, though, and he won't miss it because he wants to." I don't want to lie to her, but I also don't want to break her heart. She gives me a small nod, but I can see in the way that she starts to eat with less enthusiasm that it hurts her feelings. It's hard to realize just how much Apollo has already impacted her life, and mine. The excitement in her eyes is astronomical when he shows up for things or helps her out. But disappointment is also present when he can't be with her. We eat in silence for a few minutes, and I try to ignore the heavy feeling that has suddenly appeared in my heart.
Chapter 23. Apollo. Amanda's head bobs in excitement, her brown hair cascading like a wave down her back. She is beautiful when she is excited, just like her mother. It makes it that much painful for me to know that I've been missing out on it for days. But I carved out time, refusing to let them fade into the background because of my work. She was overjoyed when we asked her to help plan the wedding. It is painfully clear that she is having the time of her life. Milan is happy too. I've had to focus on work a lot, so it's good to get a day, even if it's doing logistics rather than really relaxing. I'm surprised how much I miss spending a day doing nothing but finding things to do with the two of them. We are shopping around for bakeries today, which is one of the best parts of planning. Amanda gets to taste test every cake and cookie they have. "This cake is definitely better than the first two," Amanda mumbles, mouth full of cake. Milan and I burst into laughter at the little girl's cheeks, puffed out like a chipmunk with a silly grin on her face. The caterer does not seem to agree with the hilarity. This is the fourth bakery we have tried today, and little Miss is just loving it. She is so wired on sugar right now that I think she may never sleep again. She's been a world of help with wedding planning. She loves that she is able to give her input and see her ideas come to life. So we opted for a beautiful indoor-outdoor garden-themed venue because Amanda said it felt like a fairy tale garden. She was so excited when we chose the place she loved that one might think she was the one who was getting married. In a strange way, she is. Package deal. After we forced some chicken nuggets into the jumping bean, we went off in search of the perfect flowers. The venue is already known for being immaculately decorated, but we want our own spin on it. The florist greets us kindly. "I think we should have flowers like the ones Apollo brought Mommy the first time he came to our house." I steal a glance at Milan, her face betraying the memory of that day. The vibrant pink tulips were a gut decision, but the girls seemed to adore them. Why hasn't this amazing woman been treated better? "I think that sounds like a great idea, little miss, but we need to pick some more colors to go with it. Colors should always have friends, right?" Amanda's eyes get big as she nods slowly. Her face scrunches up in contemplation. She looks from me to her mom to the florist. Suddenly she jumps up with a finger pointed to the sky. I know. The pink flowers should be friends with purple like in my room. Oh, ho, oh. She is bouncing on the balls of her feet as she works this out. And pretty white flowers that look like fluffy clouds. The way those giant brown eyes sparkle in excitement has me captivated. The florist is smiling uncomfortably, clearly unsure of what to do with our little firecracker. I offer my hand to Milan, who takes it and slinks close to me. Our eyes dance with each other for a moment. Milan takes Amanda's hands and hushes her. The bouncing slowly stops. Milan gives Amanda a look and then leans back against me. Amanda takes a breath and turns to the florist. I'm sorry, Miss Lady, I had a lot of cake today. Amanda flashes that brilliant smile that she and her mother share with sincere, apologetic eyes. The florist smiles gently at her and then looks at us. Vibrant pink tulips, something lilac-colored, and something white. Roses, perhaps? My future bride calmly and delicately suggests to the woman, if you wouldn't mind giving us some ideas, I add. Amanda has started to wander around, looking at the multitude of colors and blooms throughout the cozy little shop. I wrap my arms around Milan's waist and settle my chin on her shoulder. Do you want to take the lead on this part? I am no good with flowers, I whisper gently in Milan's ear. I will take Amanda outside. I turn to find Amanda. She's crouched down and staring intently at a strange-looking bloom. Hey, miss, what you looking at? This flower bothers me. I crouch down next to her and look at the description. A black satin dahlia. It is a strange flower, to be sure. But just because something is different doesn't make it bad, does it? I guess not, but it still makes me feel weird. Well, your senses are right about that, little miss. Kiddo, you want to go outside and get some fresh air? Okay, Apollo. She stands and offers me her hand. I slide my large hand over her small one, her tiny hand warm inside of mine, coupled with the sweet, innocent smile she gives me. Brings me a strange comfort. I try to shake off the discomfort of that unsettling flower as we step out onto the sidewalk and find a small table with chairs. Amanda, honey, there's another task that I would love to get your opinion on. Yes? There are a couple of things for the reception that we need to figure out. Okay. She gives me a thumbs up. Her laser focus always impresses me. She gives every task her complete and full attention. You can see the wheels turning inside her little head. We talk about the decorations and centerpieces for a few minutes when Milan approaches. And there should be pretty flowers that people have to walk through, and there should be giant mushrooms and lightning bugs and butterflies, and I want to have fairy wings and a princess crown and... Boogaboo. Slow down. Milan chuckles. This is a wedding, not a pixie forest. We love all your ideas, little miss, and I will try to make as many of them come true. This is important for all of us, and we are happy that you have so much to say about it, I reassure. So, the florist suggests lilies of the valley, white peonies or roses, and blue or purple hydrangeas to match with the tulips. She said she would put some flowers together and send me pictures, Milan informs me. Whatever you want, my dear. Oh, and we have a little surprise for the reception. All Amanda's idea, of course. Oh dear, what has she come up with? Amanda looks up at her mom with mischievous eyes. Mommy, it wouldn't be a surprise if we tell you. I could still act surprised. Milan fakes a pout. Oh, okay. Apollo has been taking us to all these fun places, and I thought people could give us some new ideas, like an adventure idea box, so we can go places we wouldn't have thought of. She's brimming with excitement. Oh, honey, that's too much. Nothing is too much for you girls, I reply, emphasizing the word nothing. I will give you the world. She still looks uncomfortable, so I take her hand. The adventure, I continue, also taking Amanda's small dark hand. Our adventure has only just begun.
Chapter 24. Milan. With a harsh scribble, I scratch out the last sentence I wrote, staring down at the incomplete paper with a frown. Am I the only one having a problem with this? I imagine Apollo in a similar position as me, rewriting the same sentences over and over again, trying to find the right words. Maybe he's already gotten it all figured out. Wouldn't that be ironic? I'm the teacher, and yet my fiancé has an easier time pouring his feelings onto paper. Am I being too harsh on myself? It's hard to take everything the past few weeks have done to me and turn them into vows. It all feels like a dream, wrapping up with a little bow on it. How do I explain that he makes me feel like I'm flying? I hear Amanda playing in her room, and it makes me smile as I push my almost finished paper to the side and start writing again. But it's still not really real. This is still a fake wedding. Except that when I imagine it ending one day, I feel a big, ugly ball in my stomach. That ball is real. I try to swallow my anxiety, focusing back on my words. I copy a few things down from the old version, but try changing the order. It's almost like he knew, because as soon as my ink dries on the page, Apollo comes out with the paper in his hands. I'm quick to hide mine under some blank pages, but he chuckles. I was going to ask if you wanted to share with each other before the big day, but seeing how you hid it right there like a squirrel with a nut, something makes me think you don't. He stands by the head of the table, hands resting on either side of the chair's backing. I just didn't want you to see it too soon. I pout, picking up my coffee cup and taking a long sip. Our eyes don't leave each other, and the moment feels very intimate all of a sudden. I break contact and close my eyes, pretending that it didn't send heat right to my cheeks. Well, do you want to share then? He asks again. I shrug lightly. Isn't that unconventional? Since when is anything about this conventional? He pulls out the chair in front of him and takes a seat. You go first, I say, putting my paper face down as I lean my elbow on the table. This will answer my question very quickly on whether his vows are better than mine. He, for the first time in this conversation, seems a bit nervous as he lets out a tense laugh. All right, but don't judge me. I'm not an English teacher. We'll see what you get out of 100, I say. He skims over his paper again, and a look of seriousness takes over. Milan, I first realized that I loved you when I saw you screaming on a roller coaster. The way your eyes screwed shut as you let out a high-pitched sound of excitement. At that moment, I wanted to be better than an amusement park ride. I loved your happiness so much, and I thought that if I could give you the same excitement and make you as happy as that coaster did, then I'd be truly happy with myself. That's who I want to be, the man who tries. My whole body feels balanced on the head of a needle. I want to cry, laugh, smile, and hug him. He drops his eyes to the paper again and keeps reading. I make my vows not only to you, but to Amanda too. You both deserve the world's happiness, and I vow to spend every day giving it to you. I'll be there, in sickness and in health. I want the good, the bad, the terrible, and the truly awful. I vow to protect you both to my dying breath and take care of anything you need. I vow to give you comfort, joy, and as many good days as I can. He finally finishes, and I feel like there's a clock ticking in my sternum. My eyes water, and I cover my mouth with a hand as I close my eyes. Hey, I didn't mean to make you cry. I'm sorry. He quickly reaches over for the Kleenex box, holding it out for me. I take a few tissues before shaking my head and drying my face. The hat was beautiful. I trail off, not having the words to explain that I've never heard anyone talk about me or my daughter that way. How am I supposed to explain that? I take a few deep breaths, finally calming down a bit from my emotions. I'm glad you liked it, although I bet yours is going to be better. He uses a finger to slide my paper closer to me. I give a half-hearted laugh, still not completely recovered. If you say so. I put my tissues down, replacing it in my hand with my vows, Suddenly, all my words feel clunky. I give a harsh breath out, gearing myself up for reading. He looks at me with nothing but encouragement. It's hard not to spend too much time thinking when I reflect on what this means to me. Because there is so much to choose from. You have changed my life and my daughter's. I had always thought we were fine on our own, making ends meet and taking care of each other, just the two of us. But then you swooped in, showing me just what I was missing. I pause. I don't dare look up at him, worried about losing the only confidence I have at this moment. Watching her warm up to you, see you as a father figure, fills my heart with more joy than I could ever use in a lifetime. I vow to try and give you just as much joy as you give me, to laugh, cry, and sit with you, support you through the hard times, and cheer with you during the easy ones. I vow to always take an equal share of our life together. I vow T-dash. I see his hand over the top of my page, and he pushes it down as my head snaps up to look at him. We stare for a long minute, the air heavy. Then he kisses me. His hand cups my cheek, pulling me closer. We meet right in the middle of our two chairs, lips trying to pour all of each other into the other. He kisses me like he's been looking for oxygen, and I kiss him like it's the last thing I'll ever do. Chapter 25. Milan. His hands are cold, where they sit under my shirt. Or maybe my skin is just too hot as the temperature between us rises. Apollo's fingers trail up my back. His thumbs slide just under the band of my bra. Milan. His lips brush against mine with the movement. Yeah? I ask, sliding my hands up his shoulders and into his hair. It always looks so coarse. Half unkempt and shaggy. Despite the air of professionalism that he always carries himself with, Apollo's hair flies free no matter how hard he tries to tame it. It is deceivingly soft, for all the products I know he puts in it. I wrap it easily enough around my fingers. I do not miss the way Apollo's eyes close momentarily at the sensation of having his hair pulled. His nails bite gently into my back. It sends a shiver down my spine. We should take this to the bed, I think. His voice is low and steady. That sounds like a good idea. Apollo tilts his head ever so slightly and seals our mouths together. His tongue slides against the seam of my lips. I open them easily, moaning softly into his mouth as he presses his tongue into mine. The kiss is simply an extension of himself, domineering but gentle. He knows what he is doing, and he knows that he does it very well. It is not like I haven't done this before. I do have a child after all, but Apollo is on a different level. I haven't been with very many men. I didn't have the time for that. I was with David, I had Amanda, and that was it. Sometimes I wonder if I missed out, but I don't regret anything that I have spent my time on, except maybe David. And even he gave me Amanda. I simply have more important things to worry about than my own personal desires. Apollo pulls back. It is hard to catch my breath as we stare into the other's eyes. The sheer need that built up between us over the months, combined with the heartfelt near confessions of our feelings. It is too much. I wrap my arms tightly around his shoulders and lean in for another kiss. Apollo's mouth is open and waiting for mine. I get my tongue in his mouth for a short dance before he is taking the lead again. With his hands moving down to settle on the curve of my buttocks, I have only a moment to enjoy the feeling before the sensation of floating overtakes my senses. Breaking the kiss once more, I let out a startled gasp and notice that Apollo is standing with me in his arms. I wrap my legs around his waist to help carry some of my own weight. His green eyes shimmer in amusement in the dim light as we make our way to the bedroom. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vic Savon audiobook is available at BWWM.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product.
Chapter 26. Apollo. I take a deep breath and adjust the sunglasses on the top of my head. I'm dressed cool for the warm temperatures that we are supposed to be getting in the afternoon. Little Miss does not know yet that the two of us are going to be spending the day together. It's a promise that I made to Milan last night. We are both taking a small break from wedding planning, mostly because she wants to take the afternoon to get grading done for her students. Her dedication to her work, even though it is still up in the air, is remarkable. Taking a day off like this will mean working harder over the next week, but it's worth it. Amanda and Milan both deserve it. Amanda sits at the kitchen table, her legs swinging back and forth as she shovels the pancakes into her mouth. I sit across from her with a mug of coffee. "What?" she asks, mouth full and face covered in syrup. "I have a surprise for you," I tell her. I hand her a piece of damp paper towel. She takes it and wipes her face. "A surprise?" Her eyes light up at the thought. I chuckle, leaning back in the chair. Taking a sip of my coffee, I nod towards her plate. "Finish eating and then go get dressed. You'll want a t-shirt and shorts. We'll bring a sweater in case it gets cold later. And sunscreen. Though I'm fairly certain there are some around here. If not then, I should remember to pick some up on our way to our destination." "Can I have a hint?" Amanda stares at me. Her brown eyes sparkle like caramel. It's the exact same way her mother's eyes do when Milan is just as excited about something. I tap my chin, pretending to think of a really tough hint to give her. No matter what I give her, though, she might be able to guess where we are going. "You can bring Bubbles. He'll have a fun time, too." Amanda frowns. Shoving the last bit of her breakfast in her mouth, she pushes away from the table. "That doesn't make sense." "It will when we get there," I tell her. I watch as she rinses off her plate and puts it in the dishwasher. She is such a good kid. A smart kid. Neither one of us even had to tell her to put it in the dishwasher, but she saw Milan do it one day after lunch and started doing it herself after every snack she eats. "Okay." Amanda shrugs her shoulders. The indifference in her tone is amusing. I can tell that she wants to know. She's practically vibrating as she runs up to her room to get ready to go. "Thank you." Milan smiles. She's getting her own coffee and ready for a long day of high school essays and red pen markings. I do not envy her. "My pleasure, really," I tell her. I stand up and walk over to where she leans against the counter. I lean in and kiss her gently. I'll make sure she's too tired to do anything except sleep tonight, too. I promise. Milan laughs. "We'll see." "I'm ready!" Amanda shouts as she comes barreling back down. She's dressed in her jean shorts and a t-shirt with a cartoon elephant blowing bubbles on it. Speaking of, Bubbles is sticking out of the top of her backpack. She bounces from foot to foot. I chuckle and set my cup in the sink. "All right, shoes, and we'll go." "Yeah." Once we leave, traffic is well on our side. It is fortunate for us, though we still have plenty of time. The aquarium does not open until 9:30, and it is just barely past 9. As we drive down the busy Philadelphia streets, Amanda watches everything go by with her face pressed to the window. Every so often, she throws out a new guess as to where we are going. "The mall?" "Nope," I tell her with a smile. She stares at me for a moment before turning her look back out the window. She falls silent as she thinks of a new place. "The museum?" "Sort of." Amanda's head whips around. Her little eyebrows dance around her face as she tries to regulate her expression. "Sort of? How can it sort of be a museum?" "Because we aren't going to the museum," I tell her. I laugh at the look on her face. She looks exactly like her mother. She will be breaking hearts and making the boys go wild in a handful of years. That is a guarantee. She is quiet for the rest of the drive, not that we have much farther to go. Pulling into the parking lot, I barely have enough time to prepare myself for the shriek of excitement that rips itself out of her tiny body. I was expecting something of the sort, but not to the magnitude that she managed. The lung capacity of a child is astounding. The aquarium! Amanda bounces in her seat. She lifts Bubbles out of her bag and points out the window. Look, Bubbles, the aquarium! Do you like your surprise, or should we go do something else? I ask. No, yes, I love my surprise. I don't want to do anything else, ever. She squeals. Getting out of the car, I walk around and let her out. Remember to hold my hand the whole time, okay? I tell her. I'm not a little kid. She huffs but takes my hand anyway. I do not mean to treat her like a little kid. She is 7, almost 8 now, but there are still a lot of people here. I do not want to even think of the phone call I would have to make if someone walked off with her. I show the woman at the gates the QR code for the tickets I purchased online. She smiles and talks to Amanda as she puts the paper bracelets around our wrists. With a wave and a short, "Have a good day." We are inside. I open the aquarium application and pull up the map. What do you want to do first? I ask her. I crouch down so that Amanda can look at the screen too. With the most concentration I have seen on anyone's face, Amanda scrolls through the list of areas. Let's go to the sharks first. Sharks are almost as cool as elephants. She sighs wistfully. Hugging Bubbles tightly to her chest, Amanda holds my hand again. I'm sure they are, I tell her. We walk down the path, stopping at all of the tanks along the way. Amanda knows a lot about animals, and she talks with the same enthusiasm about them as she does her cheers. The aquarium is moderately busy for just having opened its doors. A lot of other parents have taken the same idea, coming early in the morning when it was still cool. This ironically makes the whole place warmer and more crowded in general. We do get to see the sharks. Amanda shows them to Bubbles, and it is honestly the cutest thing that I have seen. I lift her up and carry her on my shoulders. She laughs, hands clasped around my forehead with her stuffed animal between us like a pillow. We pass through to the other side of the aquarium and stop for lunch and ice cream. We talk about all the colorful fish that we saw darting in and out of the tanks along the way. There's still so much left to do, but as we make our way into the area with all the different rays, Amanda yawns. Ready to head home? I ask. She shakes her head. I don't want today to end. I smile. Her little sigh grips my heart tighter than her hand around my fingers. We can come back next weekend to see the rest. Promise? Promise. Amanda grins and lets out another yawn. You're the best. You're not so bad yourself, little miss.
Chapter 27. Milan. The sight of my little girl in front of me is one of the only things holding me together right now. All over my body, there are butterflies. It's finally the day, and Amanda looks the happiest I've ever seen her. She's wearing a baby pink dress, all dolled up with frills and ruffles. She looks like a beautiful little cupcake. I can tell she loves the dress by how she spins and plays with it. I can only imagine how excited Apollo looks, standing at the top of the aisle, waiting for me to make my entrance. We've already shared our vows with each other, so at least that pressure is off the table. But it's still a big day. Everything in the past few months has led to this, and with an audience full of people from both sides of our lives, I feel exceptionally emotional. Below me, Amanda puts both hands on my dress, her adorable little basket sitting on the floor beside us. "Mommy," she whispers harshly. I squat down to look at her, and she gives me a big hug. "What's up, Bug?" I ask. She hugs me tighter, before giving me a sloppy kiss on my cheek. I giggle and gently kiss her own cheek back as I stand up. "I love you," she sing-songs, and I bend over to tap her nose. "I love you too. Are you excited to be the flower girl?" She nods happily, and then as if remembering her basket was there, she picks it up and pushes her hand into it. "Hey, remember you have to wait until you're walking down the aisle to throw those," I remind her, and she nods as she drops the handful of fake flower petals. Our conversation comes to an end as the music starts to play. I hum slightly to myself, knowing this song like the back of my hand. Amanda taps her foot on the ground, and then right on her mark, she makes her way through the curtain. I see her for a second, and then she's gone. It seems like all the practice worked out in the end, and I can't imagine a better little girl to help me walk down the aisle. I wait for 8 counts before coming out myself. Amanda is standing a bit ahead of me, throwing flowers left and right as she does the cutest little dance. I start to walk slowly behind her, each step to the beat of the song. When my eyes finally stop focusing on my daughter, I look up at Apollo. A new flush of excitement courses through me, seeing him dressed to the nines. He stares right into my eyes, his wet, when we get to the top of the aisle. Amanda holds her hand up for him to shake. He kneels down, shaking it with a fake firmness before standing back up. I see them exchange words, and then Amanda goes to sit in her special spot. Mr. Bubbles sits beside her, and she pulls him into her arms as she kicks her little feet. Absolutely perfect. Apollo steps down from the altar, holding out a hand for me. I take it with the happy help up the stairs. When we get to the top, we each stand on our marker and continue holding hands. The priest begins his speech, and my eyes can't leave Apollo's perfect face. He shares the same gaze, and it can't help but feel so real. I want to forget myself, forget that this is temporary, and just enjoy being here with him at the moment. Even if this isn't permanent, we share a real connection. I've never felt this way with anyone, and I hope he feels the same. I tried my best to not catch feelings, to leave it where it was, but sharing our vows in that night of passion, it all caught up to me. Even Amanda is absolutely smitten with him. I glance at her, and she looks at the two of us with stars in her eyes. The other day pops up in my mind, and I have to swallow thickly as I avoid the small well of sadness at the temporariness of it all. Now, I've been told the bride and groom wrote their own vows, the priest says. We break hands for the first time, as we both pull out our papers. Reading our vows, we share our completed ones. It seems like we both changed a few things. Our practice run the other day, inspiring new words to describe our marriage. That was truly beautiful. The union between two people who love each other is a joyous one, a commitment that is written across the stars. Now repeat after me, Dash. He runs us through the cliches of a wedding, and we both squeeze each other's hands as we talk. In the end, the priest says those magic words. You may now kiss the bride. Apollo doesn't waste a second, pulling me into him as we kiss. It's deep, missing the flavor from our last first kiss, but still meaningful. When we part, the music starts to pick up again, an exit tune as Amanda comes up to us with her stuffed elephant. Apollo holds my hand in one and picks up Amanda with his other arm. The feeling of the rings is still new in my hand, and I find myself fiddling with it with my thumb. Well, little miss, how did we do? Apollo asks my daughter, and she squeals slightly as she talks. I loved it. You and Mommy are going to be so happy together, she says. I smile big and nod as Apollo kisses the back of my hand. Yes, we are. And you're going to be with us too, he says matter-of-factly. Another bubble of reality pops inside me. Emotions are high today. I bite the inside of my cheek, shoving it back down as we leave the wedding hall. The reception isn't for half an hour, giving Amanda and me enough time to change, but it's clear she doesn't want to, so I change into my reception dress. As soon as I walk out, both of Apollo's parents are right by the door, walking over to me and cooing about how beautiful I looked. I nod happily, my eyes scanning the room for my new husband. He's deep in conversation with a colleague of his. How does he even look handsome just talking like that?
Chapter 28, Apollo. The plane starts to make a descent into our first stop on our trip. I see Amanda leaning over as far as she can in her seat, looking out the window. We're all chewing gum to prevent our ears from popping too badly. Where are we? Amanda asks, looking from the window to me and then back to the window. I chuckle as the pilot speaks into his PA with convenient timing. We are now descending into Rome. We should be landing in approximately 15 minutes. He continues to talk, but I can tell Amanda is no longer listening. Her eyes light up as she looks at her mother. Rome, like Italy? Milan nods as she squeezes my hand. Our descent is smooth. I help Amanda and Milan off the plane, making sure we didn't leave anything behind. From here, we'll be traveling from Italy to France halfway through our vacation. Not that Milan or Amanda know that yet. Where are we going now? Amanda asks, and even Milan looks at me quizzically. I point to a fancy car with a man standing outside of it. He has my name on his sign, and the license plate matches what I have on my phone. I shake hands with the driver, and he helps us put all our luggage into the back of his car. He drives us to our hotel for the next few days, and I give him an American 100 for his work. Amanda is like a kid on a sugar high. She's running all over the place, excited as our hotel room has its own separate bedrooms. So you two, would you rather get authentic Italian gelato, or go see the sights first? I ask, and Milan giggles as Amanda hops up off the leather couch. Gelato? But what is it? She asks. It's like fancy ice cream, I answer, and her eyes grow to saucer size. Yeah, let's get gelato! She claps excitedly and is already putting her shoes back on at the door when Milan starts to unpack our bags. Let me do this first. I want to make sure when she has a sugar crash, we don't have to go searching for her things to put her to bed. I chuckle in agreement and start helping her unpack. We spent the whole week seeing all of the most touristy parts of Italy. We filled multiple cameras with photos, mostly of Amanda. But there's enough of the three of us, too. Milan offhandedly mentioned making a scrapbook, and I think it's a great idea. I tried to make our time educational and fun. We even went to the biggest zoo that Italy has to offer. Amanda was extra interested in that, and I have a dozen photos of her interacting with the elephants there. When it's time to leave Italy, Amanda is upset, but then I mentioned Paris, and just like that, she's back on board. We take the train to depart, and although it is a long day, Milan and I both made sure Amanda will have enough to do in between all the activities that the train offers for children. Once we get to Paris, it's nighttime. The whole city is lit up in a myriad of different colors. It's beautiful, and we take our first picture in front of the train station. Getting another personal driver, we go to the hotel. It's another penthouse suite, one that has separate bedrooms again. It overlooks the Eiffel Tower. Our last week in Europe is spent exploring everywhere. We have fresh bread for breakfast and authentic French dishes throughout the day. I make sure everything is planned and booked perfectly. Amanda is asleep by the end of each day, barely making it back up to the hotel room before she's drooling on my shoulder. It's adorable, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Milan and I have connected in a way that we never could have before coming here. Without work to stop us from spending all day together, it's perfect. She sleeps in my arms and pulls me in closer whenever she shifts in her sleep. We're always on the same page. It's like it's always been this way. I wish we could freeze our time to spend it like this forever. She looks especially beautiful in the evening. Under the lights of Paris, adorned in whatever outfit she wanted to wear, I take 1,000,000 mental photos of her. The stress on her forehead hasn't been seen since we left America, and I see glimmers of that happiness she had on the roller coaster that I've been looking for a bit more every day. In France, we spend more time visiting art galleries and museums. I take note of the things that take Milan's breath away. A few of them I buy and ship home to surprise her later when they get there. She seems ecstatic to be surrounded by art in one of the creative capitals of the world. I just love seeing her happy. We also visit the zoo in France, and I ask Amanda to tell me all the differences she can see between the one in Rome, this zoo, and the one at home. She answers me like a little genius, and it honestly takes me a bit off guard. I would buy her a whole zoo if it wasn't a crazy idea. Maybe I still will. My mind starts to spin with considerations, wondering how to make such a ridiculous idea possible.
Chapter 29. Milan. I smile as the driver pulls into the airport parking lot. Amanda is in the far back seat recording herself, singing along to the song on the radio. Apollo taps her on the shoulder gently and motions for her to get out. "Thank you, Sean," Apollo says to the driver as he pulls our bags out of the car's trunk. He motions over a porter, who brings a cart and whisks our luggage away to its destination, the private jet Apollo commissioned for our return flight. I sigh and take one last look around before we make our way into the airport. "This has really felt like a dream," I say. "I really do hate to leave," I say wistfully. "I know, right?" Amanda says, waving her arms as she spins in a dramatic circle. "I can't wait to tell everybody back home. My friends are going to just die," she says, voice almost rising to a squeal. Apollo laughs and gives me a wry glance. "If that's what happens to her friends, I hate to get on her bad side," he says. I stifle a chuckle as Amanda rolls her eyes. "Come on, Mom," she says in a mock-exasperated tone. "How corny can you get?" I shrug my shoulders and laugh. "You need to take that up with him, not me. I'm an innocent bystander," I say. Apollo lets Amanda walk ahead of us. He slowly drifts backward until he is walking side by side with me. We walk in silence for a moment. "You know," he says, "I really had a great time with you too. It felt like a real family trip." He looks at me and smiles. I return his smile and look away. I enjoy the last few rays of sunshine before we make our way back inside the airport. What a trip it has been. My heart sinks in spite of myself as we make our way through the airport gates. I watch as Apollo guides Amanda to the airline's ticket desk. He gently touches her elbow, indicating which option to choose and whispering in her ear when the clerk asks a question that she doesn't know the answer to. They walk over to the lounge area where I have been waiting for them to finish. Amanda smiles proudly and holds up our tickets. "Look at her," Apollo says, voice brimming with excitement. "She got those tickets no problem. We might have a real jet setter on our hands." He laughs playfully and elbows Amanda gently. I laugh, but on the inside, I worry. How long can Apollo and I say "we"? The terms of our arrangement barge into my mind, ruining the simple happiness I have enjoyed the past few weeks. We make our way through the airport. Amanda and I look around, searching for the right way to go. "This place is a real labyrinth," I say, looking toward Amanda. "Any ideas, oh master traveler?" Amanda plays along. "Well, in a matter like this, I like to defer to the real experts," she says, turning toward Apollo. "What say you, Mr. Fancy Man?" Apollo puts his hands on our shoulders and steers us in the direction of our gate. We laugh again as we make our way toward our gate and board our jet. "Wow," Amanda says. "It's going to be hard not to get used to this." She collapses into a chair and spins around. I feel a pang in my chest. I'd like nothing better than to get used to this. But can I? "Just don't let all this wealth go to your head, Amanda," I say and fake a chuckle. "It might not last forever." Even as I try to turn it into a joke, I know there's a kernel of truth there. Who's to say what will happen to Amanda and me once my arrangement ends with Apollo? "You want a drink, Amanda?" Apollo asks, handing Amanda the bar menu. Her eyes go wide as she extends her hand towards the menu, and then immediately roll when Apollo snatches it away. "Nice try, young lady," he says, chuckling. "Give it a few years." But will we even get a few years together? Before long, Apollo and Amanda have drifted off to sleep. I can never sleep on planes. Normally, I would be bored, but today I was grateful for a few moments of peace. I had a lot to think about. I look at Apollo as he sleeps. I study his profile, lost in thought. Memories flash in my mind. I remember the last few months with him. I remember the night of passion that we shared. Even if it is a marriage of convenience, my emotions rise in my throat as I look at him. Eventually, I can't take it anymore. I motion to the flight attendant. "Give me the strongest thing you have," I say desperately, rubbing my temples. He pours me a drink, and I put my headphones in, eager to let the return flight pass as quickly as possible. "You're attached enough as it is," I say to myself. "You don't need to make it worse by watching him sleep." Ignoring my own advice, I find the sappiest love song in my playlist and drift off to sleep, conflicted and uneasy and in love. It seems like only a moment has passed when I'm woken up by Apollo's lips brushing gently against my cheek. I smile, still half asleep, and almost return the kiss. Instead, I stretch loudly. "That was fast," I remark casually. "Time flies when you're sleeping, huh?" Apollo nods in agreement, but I can see him try to hide the hurt on his face. I shake Amanda's shoulders gently. "Hey, honey, wake up. We're home," I say, beginning to gather my things. "What, already?" she says, rubbing sleep from her eyes. "My dream was just getting to the good part." "Well, let's get you home in your own bed so you can pick up where you left off," Apollo says with a smile, walking over to my seat. "Here, let me help you with that," he says, touching the small of my back as he slides past me. In spite of myself, my body thrills at his touch. I make myself busy with my bags, hoping he doesn't notice the way I shiver. I look out of the corner of my eye and see a smirk play at the corner of his lips. My brain might be fighting this, but my body doesn't lie. We make our way off the jet, walking across the tarmac as the last rays of the sun fade away. I take a deep breath, trying to steady my emotions. This would be a perfect life. But could I really call it my life? What might the future hold if I take the plunge with Apollo? I am so lost in this swirl of emotions that I hardly notice Apollo calling his driver and opening the door for me and Amanda. I ride along in a daze, lost in thought. I look over at Amanda and Apollo. They are laughing as Amanda tries out her latest camera filters on Apollo. Each new filter brings a new roar of laughter. "Oh, Mom, you have to see this," Amanda says, almost in tears with mirth. "It doesn't even look like him." "You really do have to see this, baby," Apollo says. His calling me baby sounds so natural I hardly notice it. I decide to live in the fantasy a little longer, play acting with my perfect family as the moon rises in the night sky.
Chapter 30, Apollo. The whole drive over, I've been asking Amanda questions. She seems a little nervous, staring out the window as we talk. Milan beside me stays quiet, but taps her hand against her leg to the tune of the music. "Amanda, what's your favorite part of the play going to be?" I ask, and she shrugs lightly, sitting on her hands. "I think the dance, but I'm scared I'm going to forget the steps." She answers me honestly, and I love that about her. "We've been practicing, though," I remind her, "every day after school. And you're a shining star, you're going to be amazing." I try to coax her through her fears, and she smiles slightly at the compliment. "Your mom and I are going to be there cheering you on every step of the way, I promise." She looks up to the front for the first time. "Promise?" she asks. I nod as we pull into the school's parking lot. Earlier this morning, Milan warned me that Amanda gets anxious before her school plays, and she always has. I told her not to worry. I was going to do everything I could to make sure she was happy and excited for tonight. Even if that meant sneaking her ice cream right after dinner while Milan was showering for tonight. As we all climb out of the car, I stop Amanda and Milan from walking into the school just yet. "Can I get a picture of you pretty ladies first?" I ask. Milan scoffs slightly as she starts to fix her hair. "I look terrible." I shake my head quickly. "I think you look beautiful. Now give me big smiles," I say as I pull out my phone. Amanda gives me a cheesy, excited grin. Milan gives a half-hearted smile, but I give her a look over my phone and I catch right as she starts to genuinely grin. With a click, the flash goes off. They both look so perfect. I make it my lock screen. Shoving my phone back into my pocket, I hold out both my hands. Amanda takes one and Milan takes the other. "This is going to be a great night," I say, and lead them inside. We drop Amanda off by her classroom and make our way to the auditorium. Almost immediately, we can hear her laughter from the class as she talks with her friends. We grab seats near the front, and I pull out my phone again to set it to Do Not Disturb. "Did you want me to record for you? My arms are longer," I offer. "I'll have you know I've been taking videos of my daughter just fine this whole time without you," she teases. I chuckle as she pulls out her phone. The low battery warning flashes on her screen as she groans. Looking up at me, she pouts. I press a kiss on her forehead. To anyone else, it just seems like a normal thing, something couples do all the time. "I've got it," I say and open my camera. We fill the next 20 minutes with conversation, mostly about Amanda. Our conversation gets cut off as the lights dim. I lift my camera, trying to find a good angle of the stage without annoying the people around me. I make sure the flash is off, and as they walk out, I hit record. The sight in front of me makes me ecstatic. All the little first graders come out in flower costumes, and as they start to do their performance on the ecosystem, my heart overflows with pride. Amanda has a big speaking part, and she nails every line perfectly. Milan beside me grabs my hand at a certain point, and she squeezes it. I glance over to her, and her eyes are locked on the stage. I don't think either of us realize just how much our relationship has affected Amanda. She's come out of her shell, dancing and speaking with a confidence that just radiates from her. There isn't an ounce of nervousness in her when she starts to talk. I see the dance that we had been practicing together, and when she finally spots us in the crowd, her smile grows 3 sizes until it's stretched across her whole face. It's all surreal. I knew I loved Milan and Amanda. I know that I care for them and want to see them succeed. But seeing her up there really makes me appreciate just how happy and adorable she looks dancing away. I helped with that. I was part of the reason she is the shining star on stage. Me. There's a feeling of excitement, knowing I have a hand in the blossoming life in front of me. I feel unbelievably happy. I couldn't imagine not being a part of their lives. Knowing it's all going to end one day because of some stupid contract fills me with a disappointment I can't even place. There's only one thought on my mind. I need to get out of that contract. Now. At the end of their performance, everyone joins hands and bows. I stop recording and stand to clap. A few other parents follow me, and by their last bow, the whole crowd is cheering. Amanda is waving at Milan and me, and we wave back excitedly. She doesn't go around the back like she's supposed to, instead hopping off the front of the stage and running over to us. We give her a big hug, and I pick her up. "Little miss, you were amazing," I say, and Milan agrees wholeheartedly. "You did everything so perfectly. You're such a good little actress, Bug." "Now, do you want to buy some snacks from out front?" I ask. I'd noticed when we came in that a bake sale was set up to raise funds for some school program or another. Amanda nods excitedly. Her teacher calls out for her, though, and we all turn to look as she points to Amanda and waves over. "Oh, little miss, did you need to go with your class?" I ask. She nods bashfully. "I wanted to see you first, though." I put her down. "Go get changed first, Bug. Then we can get treats and go home." Amanda nods and runs off. I watch as she leaves. Milan looks up at me and I grab her hands. "That was the most adorable thing ever," I say. She laughs. "Well, there will be a lot more where that comes from." My smile falters for a second as I think about the fact that I might not be around for all of those next ones. After the contract is up, I won't be around for any of them. I clear my throat and we walk out of the auditorium to meet up with Amanda again.
Chapter 31. Milan. I watch as Apollo's smile falls at the end of the show. I want to know why, but I don't want to ask. The answer might be too painful for me to hear. As we walk back out, our hands are tightly intertwined. I know we have to keep up appearances, but he's been holding my hand a lot. I'm worried about how much I like it. Amanda comes rushing over, ending the grasp he has on me as he picks her up. Compliments fall from his lips like he was struggling to hold them in. I've never seen her so happy. I give her a batch of compliments myself, wanting her to know just how proud I am of her. She's never been in a role that big before, and she absolutely killed it. She changes out of her costume, and then we hit the bake sale. The display has a whole bunch of goodies, and we get into line behind a slew of other doting parents. A few of them compliment Amanda, and Apollo and I return the same sentiment to their kids. When we finally get up to the plastic folding table, there's still quite a bit to choose from. They seem to be restocking fast. Apollo hums and bumps his nose into Amanda's cheek. "What do you want, little miss?" "Anything our star wants." She claps her hands together once as she starts pointing to things. A Rice Krispie square, a rainbow brownie, 2 different cookies, one iced and one just chocolate chip. The parent behind the booth looks at me a bit confused, as if she's actually allowed to have all of this. I shrug, telling Amanda we'll take the leftovers home. There's no way she's eating all that tonight. She starts putting it all on a paper plate, her hands gloved for serving. "Here you go." She hands me the plate, and Apollo gives her a $50 bill. As the woman starts to count out his change, he shakes his head. "Keep it. It's for the school, right?" he asks, and she nods with a smile. I look up at Apollo, and he smiles warmly down to me. "You're too nice." He shakes his head. "If I can fund another stellar performance for Amanda to be a part of, it'll be worth the cash," he says. I feel a bit taken off guard. He really does just want to give her the world. I've never met a less selfish man. I unwrap the Rice Krispie and hold it up for Amanda. She takes it and starts eating in Apollo's arms. As we're leaving, we walk by a flower stand. Apollo stops abruptly and gently puts down Amanda. "What's wrong?" I ask, and he holds up a finger as he walks over to the stand's owner. "How much for a bouquet?" he asks, and the man thinks for a second. "10 for the wildflowers, 20 for the roses," he says, crossing his arms. I watch Apollo pull out his wallet. "I'll take 3 of the roses and 2 of the wildflowers." He hands the man 100. He takes the money apprehensively. "I don't think we have change for 100, he says, looking at it. Apollo shakes his head. "Keep it?" The man puts the money in the deposit box and starts handing Apollo flowers. Once he's done, Apollo thanks him and walks back over to us. "Flowers for the star of the show," he says, and hands Amanda a bouquet. She squeals, holding it with one hand while the other has the wrapper from the treat. I take the wrapper from her, and as we walk to the car, I laugh. "Where are we going to put all of these?" I ask. He shrugs. "We can dry and press some for your scrapbook. I took a bunch of photos of tonight for it, too." Does he remember the scrapbook? I had mentioned it once or twice on our honeymoon, but we did so much in such a short period of time, I thought he would have forgotten about it. I smile softly as he presses his hip up to the car, unlocking it. I put the plate of treats on the top of the car and take some flowers from him. "I don't know how you're going to drive with flowers all over you." I giggle, and he huffs slightly as I put them in the back seat. Amanda has already crawled into her seat, and Apollo does the buckles up for her before opening his own door. Something inside me snaps. The rubber band holding my feelings together finally breaks, and I can't avoid it anymore. I think I've messed up. Amanda and I have both grown extremely attached to him, and it's going to be a problem if it continues. When our contract ends, that's going to be it. He is going to pick up and leave. As devoted as he is right now, I don't know if it's all just a show for the time being. I need to distance myself before it all goes downhill. As charming as he is, I need to be able to pick myself up after this is all over. I try to keep calm, even though I feel like I'm going to hyperventilate in this car. I just need time to myself to think. Amanda is already asleep by the time we get home, and I carry her upstairs myself as Apollo rushes behind with all of the things in his hands. You can leave the flowers on the table. I'll take care of them later, I say quietly. Upstairs, I change Amanda quickly. I've done this 1,000 times by myself and will have to do it again when he leaves. I swallow thickly, using the last of my resolve to hold my emotions back. As I tuck her back into bed, I kiss her forehead and put Bubbles under her arm. Usually, I'd stay up with Apollo now. We'd have a glass of wine and talk about our day, but tonight I just want to be alone to think. Apollo's got the opposite idea. He's holding 2 glasses of wine as I walk back out into the living room to hang my coat, and the flowers are already put into vases. I don't say anything as I turn sharply to leave. Milan, Apollo calls after me. I'm already walking to the guest room. I hear the clink as he puts the glasses down on the table and follows me. What's wrong? He asks. I can feel the tears overwhelming my eyes as I open the door and rush in. I take off my earrings, and he stands in the bedroom doorway. I need to save myself, I think. Nothing. I'm just tired. I flash a weak smile. I'm going to go to bed, okay? The look of hurt on his face is clear, though he tries to conceal it. He takes a step back, letting me shut the door. Now, with a physical barrier between us, my body shakes as I start to sob.
Chapter 32, Apollo. What did I do? We were having a great time celebrating Amanda's spectacular performance. Watching Amanda grow and thrive over the time we've been together has been nothing short of awe-inspiring, and tonight seemed like such a perfect capstone to it. And yet Milan ran off. She was distant and callous all night before shutting me out completely, and the sounds of her sobbing from inside the guest room are breaking me. It must have something to do with this fake marriage. I desperately need to find a way to get out of this facade so I can spend the rest of my life doting on these angels who have graced my life. I know what I'll do. I'll plan an evening just for Milan and myself. The next 12 hours, I spend every waking moment setting up the most star-crossed lover's experience, hoping to assure Milan of my affection. Arranging for the sitter from before, Miss Wallen, to come and stay with Amanda, I plan most of the next day for my wife. I need you to get ready for an adventure, I whisper in her ear. Are you taking us somewhere? She smirks at me as if to say, I'm not going anywhere. I have something planned for today, just you and me. The look on her face makes me want to cry. With the essence of a crumpled ball of paper, I can see the tears gather behind her eyes. Please, Milan, I really want to do this for you. She doesn't speak, but nods slowly before turning to go back to the bedroom. Do I need to wear anything in particular? She murmurs without turning to look at me. Dressier than a t-shirt, more casual than an evening dress. She disappears into the back of the house, and I turn to Amanda. Little miss, I'm on a top-secret adventure today, okay? Her eyes widen and she nods. I'm going to attempt to make your mommy so happy. But I want your help. Is there anything special I can do to make your mom feel extra special? I speak in a low tone so as to not be overheard. Amanda considers the question for a moment and then shakes her head. I don't think so. I don't know if I've ever seen Mommy as happy as she is with you. My heart swells at this honest admission, and I pull Amanda into a deep hug. At that moment, Milan emerges from the hallway and smiles at the sight of us. I set Amanda down and Milan crouches down to her daughter's level. Hey, Bug, Mommy and Apollo are going out for a little bit. Do you promise to be extra good for Miss Wallen? Yes, Mom, I will be very good. Do you promise to be extra good for Apollo? I stifle a laugh. Milan hangs her head, I assume to stifle the humor as well. Yes, baby. I will be good too. The doorbell rings and Amanda rushes to open the door. Hello, sweet girl. I'm so glad I get to see you today. We'll have so much fun, won't we? Thank you again for coming, Miss Wallen. We won't be out too late, I offer. Oh, no matter, dear. Enjoy yourself. She winks at Milan, who keeps a straight face despite her confusion. Shall we, my lady? I offer her my arm. She hesitates, but eventually takes it. In the car, Milan says very little. I glance over from time to time, hoping to glimpse that fire that I love so much about her. We pull up to the plane building, and Milan looks even less impressed than when I told her we were going out. That expression changes when the private limo comes around the corner. The driver gets out and opens the door. Milan just stands there with her jaw hanging open. I gently push her towards the open door, and she finally catches on and climbs in. Inside the limo, I pop open the champagne and pour each of us a glass. She tentatively takes the glass from me. Paulo, I don't. Milan, please. I know that you have not been fully happy, and I don't pretend to know why. But you clearly need a break, and I am hoping to give that to you. You are too generous. She won't meet my eyes, but I hear her sniffle. Hey, if you're stuck with me, at least I'm nice to look at, right? Her sobs are stifled by a giggle, and I can wash dishes pretty well. Her giggles embolden me. I continue to crack jokes until we are bantering back and forth casually. We arrive at the first stop of our tour to the stunning Brandywine Valley and spend hours drinking wine and looking at art in the museums, and it feels like we are back in Europe. The tour ends back at the nondescript building, and then we head for the dock. A sunset candlelight dinner on the Delaware with dancing and the salty sea breeze. I twirl her around again and dip her. Her smile takes my breath away. Even when it fades as we head back to the limo, I hold on to the sight of it. I said it once, and I will say it again. I would give you the world. All you need to do is ask, my love.
Chapter 33. Milan. Our date was everything I wanted it to be, and more. He's always surprising me, and this was no exception. Even though my heart has been weighing heavily since the night of Amanda's performance, I couldn't say no when he asked me out on a date. It was like a high school romance. He even brought me more flowers. I can't help but assume he thinks he's done something wrong, but that isn't the case. Looking back on it, I see how he's always done everything he could to show how genuine he is. It's just me. He's more caring than ever. Pulling out my chair for me and asking me all sorts of new questions to get to know me better. We share a lovely evening together, but the memory of those papers that we signed keeps coming back to me. I don't doubt he cares about me like a dear friend, but I love him, and I have for far too long now. I messed up and got connected to someone where there could never be a future. We agreed to that in writing, and as soon as we're done, he'll go on being a good friend, and I don't know what I'll do. I want to fool myself into thinking he loves me, but love is wishy-washy, and contracts are real. Everything feels surface deep, public appearances just to prove the point. It's just my luck that I've let myself get attached to the love and affection he's been faking for me. Not to mention Amanda. I can't stop the festering guilt at the idea she's also getting too attached to Apollo. He's been nothing but lovely to her, and when he does leave, she's going to be devastated. I feel like I've made 100 wrong decisions, all at once. Apollo tries to talk to me on the drive home, and I feel all clammed up as I help carry our conversation. I can't believe you've never been golfing. He's really trying, and all I can muster is a half-assed laugh and a shrug. I stare out the passenger side window, and just to set the mood even more, it starts spitting rain. What can I say? I don't have the time or money for golfing, I answer honestly, and he chuckles lightheartedly. I'll have to take you and Amanda mini-golfing sometime. It's honestly so much fun. I cringe at the future plans he keeps making. He loves to do that. Next time, sometime, we have to go do this. Every word is another reminder that we're on a time limit. That our happiness isn't forever, just for now. How often do you go golfing? I lob a question his way, and he thinks mindlessly before answering. Not often. In the summer, sometimes I'll go with coworkers. But all they talk about is how they'd rather be doing this than at home with the wife and kids. I hated hearing them take their happiness for granted, so I stopped going as much. He looks at me as if expecting a reaction. I give him a and a nod as I don't say anything else. I count the streets left until we're home and quietly curse the fact that there's so much rainy traffic. The weather has gotten considerably worse, and by the time we pull into the parking garage, it's pouring. I can't even hear the gateman as he talks to Apollo. I think about the fact that we won't be staying here for much longer. Everything ends. I don't want to feel so overly negative. My feelings for Apollo make life brighter and happier. I wish I could just bask in the warm glow forever, knowing he's going to care for me and Amanda for the rest of our lives. But it feels selfish to just pretend it's not going to end. I'll be more hurt on the other side of the contract if I don't cut the sappy stuff off now. When we arrive home, the sitter is watching TV. "Hey, you two, good night out?" We both nod and smile, and I take off my coat and shoes, as does Apollo. "Was Amanda good?" I ask. She nods. "Yep, she just went down to sleep. We did some art, and she drew you two a picture of some animals. I put them on the fridge." She smiles brightly and stands. Apollo fishes out his wallet and pays her. "Thank you so much for watching her." She nods. "It's my pleasure. Amanda is the cutest. Let me know if you ever need another night out." She puts her shoes and coat on, grabbing her purple umbrella. Smart. She knew it was going to rain. As she leaves, I lock the door behind her. "She's so nice," I say as I walk toward the kitchen. The photo is pinned right in the middle of the fridge. It's a cat on the back of an elephant. At least I think it's a cat. "Did you want some wine?" he asks, and I know what he's really asking. "Do you want to go back to normal and spend the night with me?" I shake my head, finishing my water and opening the dishwasher. I should probably get to bed. I need to be up early for school tomorrow. I leave the kitchen, and Apollo closes the door, following behind me. Even in our silence, the rain hits the windows and creates a tense ambiance. "Are you sure?" I nod silently, feeling like this is the worst, most tense ending to a good night. I take a deep inhale. "I'm going to go check on Amanda. I'll see you in the morning." I rush through my words, practically running away from the conversation. Apollo doesn't follow me, left standing in the living room. I hear him turn off the TV as I open Amanda's door. The babysitter even turned on her nightlight. Good. She's sleeping soundly. My little bug. I walk in and kiss her forehead, pulling her blanket up further on her body before leaving the room myself. I walk into the guest room, close the door, and bite the inside of my lip hard. I just want to cry, scream, anything other than this tense silence. I get changed out of my dress and into a sweater and shorts. I wipe my face down with the makeup remover but don't wash it. I just want to curl up in bed and not think about how I'm making myself unhappy. This is for the better, I tell myself as I grab the book I've been distracting myself with off my nightstand. I open the book, trying to read. It's not working.
Chapter 34. Apollo. I do not understand what just happened. The date had been wonderful. She seemed to be having a good time. I know, I certainly had a great time. We laughed, talked, and ate delicious food. Neither one of us drank too much wine, so I don't think that she has an upset stomach. I will admit that the drive home had seemed a little less energetic. Of course, I had attributed that to it being late. I know Milan has seemed out of sorts lately, but I thought this was an improvement. I did not expect Milan to run away once we returned home. I wish I could know what it is that's got her so worried and how I can help. Even though the marriage is fake, our chemistry is not. I would not mind it at all if Milan slept in my bed every night. I wouldn't mind if she trusted me with her concerns. but I can't seem to get her to open up. She looked so relaxed that morning after we made love. The memory is still burned into my heart. I've not been able to get that night out of my head. The feel of her skin beneath my fingertips and her taste on my tongue is imprinted on me. I give her the time that it takes for me to have a shower to decompress. A movie in sweatpants, cuddled up on the couch, would be an ideal way to close off the evening. Emerging from my bedroom, dressed for the comfort of my own home. I go back downstairs. Milan is still nowhere in sight, which means she is still in the guest bedroom. I take the stairs back up 2 at a time and stand in front of the door, staring at the white wood paneling like it will answer all of my questions. No sound comes from the other side. So at least she's not crying or complaining to her friend again about us. It's still a little too early for her to go to sleep, even though she said that was what she planned on doing. I can't see her working this late, after a date either. "Milan," I say as I open the door. She's sitting on the bed, changed into a pair of pajama pants and a tank top. She has a towel around her shoulders as she pats her hair, still wet from her shower. "Thank you for remembering to knock." She sighs. Uncrossing her legs, she hangs them over the side of the bed and stares up at me. The mirth from earlier is gone from her eyes, and they look a little swollen, like she'd been crying only moments before. "What's wrong?" I ask, making my way into the room and crouching in front of her. She shifts so that I can sit more comfortably between her legs, with my hands on the bed beside her hips. "Apollo," she starts and then stops. She sets a gentle hand on my cheek and brushes her thumb over my cheekbone. I can tell that she is trying to find a place to start, so I will not say anything. Instead, I turn my head to the side and place a gentle kiss on her palm. Milan lets out another world-weary sigh. My heart cracks at the sound. I can't do this anymore. It's the thing I've been afraid of hearing from her for months. The crack on my heart splinters and weaves a shattered web. She does not move her hand, and instead tilts my head back to look me in the eye. "Apollo, it is too hard to do this, to keep pretending. I can't do it anymore. It's not fair to you, to myself, and most of all, it is not fair to Amanda. She has grown so attached to you, and I know how devastated she's going to be when this is over." "Milan, no, please, let me finish." She presses her thumb against my lips. Milan closes her eyes and takes a deep breath before opening them. "It simply hurts too much. It was easier to pretend that I had feelings for you than it is to pretend that I don't. I can't. We need to stop, even if we have already gone too far." I cover her hand with my own and link our fingers. The tears are building in her eyes again. I can see the sheen of water cresting over her eyelashes. She's doing her best to hold them back, but we both know they will soon spill. It is now or never. I should have known that this moment was going to come, but I had thought that I would be the one to instigate it. Spending time with Milan and Amanda, both together and separately. There is no more hiding it behind the facade of a fake marriage and a contract. The fact is that I want both of them in my life permanently. I will fight to keep them at my side no matter who the opponent is. I will wash away the worry and dry the tears that are threatening to spill from Milan's eyes. Never again do I want to be the reason for the sadness in either of their hearts. "Milan." I press her knuckles to my lips and take a deep breath. She smells so sweet of cocoa and shea butter. My heart aches with how much I know I would miss all of this if she left. The softness of her hand in mine, the laughter filling the empty halls, the running of little feet in excitement. Even tripping over toys left in the hall would be missed. "Let me ease your worries," I tell her. "There is nothing that I will not do for you and Amanda. The two of you have wormed your way into my heart in a fashion that I had no idea could happen. There is not a moment that passes that I'm not wondering how your day is going, or if Amanda is having fun in her after-school program." I settle on my knees, lifting myself to cup Milan's face gently between both my hands. "What I'm trying to say, Milan, is that I love you. I don't want you to feel like you need to take Amanda and leave. This is your home now, for as long as you will have it, for as long as you will have me. Milan blinks. The tears finally spill down her cheeks. I brush them away as they come. Apollo. Now is not the time for more words. My heart is open and bleeding in her lap. I lean forward and kiss her tenderly, pouring every ounce of love in my soul for her into a single action.
Chapter 35. Milan. What I'm trying to say, Milan, is that I love you. Apollo's words still linger in the air between us. His hands gently cup my face as his lips press against my own. I can barely breathe. The tears roll freely down my cheeks, even as I try to blink them back. There are just too many emotions going on right now inside my head. My chest hurts, and my heart is pounding so quickly. These are the words that I have been waiting for, that I felt were real since the moment we wrote our vows. The truth and power behind them flood through me. Apollo, I start. I pause, taking a moment to try and compose myself even just a little bit. I love you too. I was so scared Another round of tears breaks free with a choked sob. I don't want to lose you, I tell him. And you won't, Milan, he says. Apollo stands and leans over me, edging me closer to the middle of the bed. I push the blankets to the side. I would rather not have to wash the sheets before going to bed tonight. I breathe out a shaky sigh. The corners of my eyes prickle, and I blink slowly and manage to keep the tears back. Apollo places soft kisses on my forehead. I smile. Make love to me, Apollo, I whisper against his chest. Nothing would give me more pleasure, he says, keeping his voice low. His mouth finds its way to my throat. I tilt my head back with a soft moan. I am not even worried about him leaving any marks. I want him to mark me. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixa Vaughn audiobook is available at bixavaughnromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product.
Chapter 36. Apollo. If yesterday taught me anything, it is that I cannot and will not live without this incredible woman. I am prepared to battle every challenge and to weather every storm as long as I can keep her. She had said that she couldn't bear the pain of pretending. I haven't been pretending for a long time. Writing my wedding vows to her taught me that my love, my affection for Milan was not something fabricated. She had long since won my heart. Between Milan and her amazing daughter, I honestly didn't stand a chance. Now I not only want, but I need to shower them in devotion until I leave this world. From the depths of my soul, I need to convey just how much I want her, and that I need to take this to the next level. This time there are no doubts that the decision is based on love. I have to do this big, and in a way that really says something after all the events and occasions we've already shared. I have already done the special dinners, the zoo, the amusement park. I've spoiled Milan with a helicopter ride to see a Broadway production and eat hot dogs at Coney Island, as well as getting concert tickets to her favorite band. We went to Rome and Paris as a family, and I got to take in the beauty of my wife under the evening lights. But this is different. I can't just throw money at this one. It has to come from the heart. I'm out of my depth here. I have to call in the troops for this one, I mumble to myself. Thankfully, the woman's best friends are easily accessible. I dial Sophia's number and it picks up after 2 rings. What's happened? What's wrong? Hello to you too, Sophia. Nothing is wrong, but I need your help with something. Can you meet me during your lunch hour at the Starbucks outside of your school just for a quick chat? Her radio silence is unsettling. Are you doing something that would make me want to rearrange your manhood? On the contrary, have no fear. Fine, I will be there at 12:15. Oh! The click of the phone is loud. I roll my eyes but remind myself that this is Milan's best friend, and she probably knows everything about everything when it comes to our relationship. I shiver at the thought and dial up the next number. Hello, this is Mrs. Shayla Davis Cross, guidance counselor at Hollybrooks Comprehensive. How can I help you? Hey Shayla, it's Apollo. Do you think you can meet me during your lunch at the Starbucks outside of your school, just for a quick chat? I need some advice. Oh, sure. I hear her rustle some papers around. About 12:30. I have an appointment that runs into my lunch. That sounds perfect, thanks. Feeling butterflies in the pit of my stomach, I enter the coffee shop and head straight for an open table. I have no idea how this conversation is going to play out. This is the first time I will have been with Milan's friends without her. I'm waiting for the ladies when Sophia walks in like she owns the place. She catches sight of me and stalks in my direction. Sophia! I rise to greet her, but her finger is suddenly thrust in my face. Apollo Collins. If you hurt my girls, I swear to everything that you will regret the day you stepped into their lives. Do you have any idea what you are putting Milan through? I get phone calls in the middle of the night because she can't sleep fretting over you and this. Ihushi. I take her hands and move to sit down, pulling her down into the chair close to her. I try to manifest calm with patience in her, and it surprisingly works. She is stunned for a moment before Shayla manages to run us down. Shayla, thanks for coming. I rise to greet her, leaving Sophia in her disgruntled posture before Shayla and I take a seat. I straighten my back and prepare for the most important sales pitch I will ever make. Okay, ladies. I know you don't have a lot of time, and I will try to make this quick and painless. I messed up. I've taken advantage of a beautiful woman who deserves so much better than the arrangement she and I had entered. In my brief pause, Sophia snorted in derision. Shayla folded her hands neatly on the table in front of herself, concentrating sincerely on my words. I have fallen head over heels madly, in love with Milan and Amanda, and I need some advice. I need to show her that she is my everything, and that I will move heaven and earth for her and little miss. I want her to know that I never want our relationship to end. Sophia and Shayla exchange a glance, their wide eyes falling back on me. But I want to do this right. I need everything to be perfect. I need the perfect ring, the perfect proposal, everything. So I need help. At this, both women squeal in excitement, and the mood has lifted several octaves. Sophia jumps up and comes over to hug me. Oh, Apollo, I knew you were the one. I told Milan from the beginning that you were a good guy. I mean, the last couple of weeks made me worry, but... Shayla steps around the table to hug me next. Milan will be so excited. You guys are the perfect couple, and she deserves the happiness she has when she's with you. I recognize the look. Shayla proffers a wink to accentuate her point. Sophia is already in full planning mode. The three of us brainstorm some ideas about the proposal for the next 20 minutes, giving me a lot of good ideas to work with. Sophia and I set a time to go shopping for the perfect ring for Milan. Their excitement is infectious, and the butterflies in my stomach have dissipated. I can't wait to set this up. I escort the ladies to the counter to purchase them coffee as compensation for their time, and then they rush back to the school. I sit back down at my table and begin to daydream about my incredible wife and her adorable daughter, and how they both will soon be my family. My heart beats out my chest as I imagine more adventures like the honeymoon with Milan throwing her head back in laughter, or Amanda's eyes wide in amazement at another thing that a sweet child like her is meeting for the first time. My family. The words catch me off guard. The uptight billionaire with nothing to distract him from work, to a husband and father, to the two great girls I could ask for. How lucky can I be? I have the rest of my life to show these girls, my girls, just how lucky of a man I am. And I'm pretty damn lucky.
Chapter 37. Milan. Bye, guys. See you all tomorrow. I say to my coworkers as I collect my things. Another productive meeting as always, I add, even though the last half hour of our meeting had been occupied by idle chit-chat. That happens with teachers. I exhale deeply as I make my way through the hallways to the parking lot. It has been an eventful week, to say the least. As I walk through the parking lot to my car, my mind drifts back to the night that Apollo and I had shared. As I begin my commute home, my phone rings. I check the caller ID. It's Apollo. My heart skips a beat. I pick up the phone. "Hey, Apollo," I say, hardly bothering to conceal the excitement in my voice. I've already opened myself up to him, in more ways than one. What's the point of hiding things now? "How was work?" he asks. Has his voice always sounded this smooth? I keep my cool, trying to ignore the heat in my cheeks. "Oh, you know how it goes," I say casually. "Our weekly meeting ran over, as always." Apollo laughs. "Let me guess. Less discussing, more gossip?" he asks. "Bingo," I say. "And I don't know about you, but I've just been so distracted today." I pause meaningfully. My mind kept wandering off. The line is silent for a moment. "Yeah, I know what you mean," Apollo says meaningfully. I drive along in silence for a moment, mindlessly rubbing my hand on the steering wheel. Apollo is the first to break the silence. "Do you have any plans tonight?" I shake my head, forgetting that he can't see me. "No," I say. "I have some papers that need grading, but I'm not exactly thrilled about them." "Perfect," he exclaims. I can hear his excitement through the phone. "We're going on a date tonight," he says. "Just you and me. A real date." "Is that so?" I say wryly. "And just where might we be going on this real date?" "That's for me to know and you to find out," he says. I roll my eyes at the cliche, but I let him continue. "I still have a few things to take care of today," he says, pausing. I know he's looking through his planner. "But I'll be home by 8, okay?" "What should I wear?" I ask. I still am not used to putting myself together for our nights out. "Just wear something you like," Apollo says. "I know you'll look beautiful no matter what you wear." I grin a little. "Well, I'm sure I'll find something to throw on." "Good," Apollo says. I can hear the smile in his voice. "I'll see you tonight, Milan." I hang up, heart racing. When I get home to relieve the babysitter, she's already planned with Apollo to come back later for our date. When we discuss our evening plans, Amanda starts giggling and teasing me in the way only a child can. "You're going on a date," she draws out. "With Apollo," she says in a sing-songy voice. "Oh, hush," I say, rolling my eyes. "Are you going to help me find a dress or not?" Amanda smiles widely. "Mom, I will find you the best dress," she promises. "I'm the second fancy expert, remember?" For the next few hours, Amanda is a whirlwind of energy. She is in a mad dash, scrambling through my closet to find something appropriate. I try on what feels like dozens of outfits before we are both satisfied. Then I start on my makeup while Amanda watches attentively. In the end, she studies my face like it is a painting, finally giving a thumbs up. I let out a sigh of relief. "Wow, Mom," she says. "I'm not an expert in makeup like I am in superpowers, but I think you look amazing." I glance at my phone to check the time. My eyes go wide. "It's already 8 o'clock. Apollo should be home any minute." Amanda squeals and claps her hands. I run downstairs to realize that he had already arrived home at some point earlier. He's dressed in a simple black suit and white dress shirt, but he looks amazing. Our sitter is here as well, reporting for duty. I must have been more distracted upstairs than I thought. "Hey," he says. "You look stunning." "You clean up pretty nicely yourself," I say. "So where are we headed?" "That," Apollo says, producing a blindfold with a flourish. will have to remain a surprise. I laugh as he ties the blindfold around my eyes and leads me to his car. He doesn't say anything for the first few minutes of the drive. I enjoy the quiet peace of the ride. After a while, Apollo parks the car. He opens the door and leads me out, gently taking me by the hand as he leads me through what feels like a soft, grassy field. "Okay," he says. "You can take the blindfold off now." I fumble with the blindfold for a moment. When I can see where I am, I laugh. "The amusement park," I say, smiling wide. I remember. "We all came here right after we started our, arrangement," Apollo says with a chuckle. I think about that day all the time. "We had a lot of fun," I agree, nodding. "I've really enjoyed getting to know you over the past few months, Milan," Apollo says, suddenly growing serious. "You and Amanda have such kind hearts, such beautiful souls. I've spent so long in the business world, I forgot that there were people like that out there." I smile and wonder where he's going with all this. He continues, "In the past few months, I felt a completely different part of myself awake. A part of myself that I thought didn't exist anymore." He pauses, voice thick with emotion. Involuntarily, I reach out and hold his hand tightly. "Being around you has made so many things so clear to me. I don't think there's any way for me to live without you," he says, holding back tears and fidgeting in his pocket with his free hand. "And I know we have an arrangement of convenience, but that just isn't enough." My eyes go wide. Is this really going where I think it's going? Apollo reaches into his pocket and gets down on one knee. "Will you marry me?" After all this build-up, the simplicity of the question shocks me. I am totally stunned and overwhelmed. Every feeling for Apollo that I've repressed over the past few months comes rushing to the surface. I can't get the words out for a moment. All I could do is nod.
Chapter 38, Apollo. I wake up refreshed, feeling rested for the first time in a long time. I rub the sleep from my eyes and look over to Milan. She is so peaceful when she sleeps, half of a grin playing across her face. I sit and watch her for a moment before I sit up and check my phone. My eyes go wide. "Oh no," I say. "Of all the days to oversleep." I lean over to Milan and gently kiss her cheek. "Good morning, baby," I say softly. "I have to head into the office, okay?" She turns over and smiles, still half asleep. Without saying anything, she grabs my face and kisses me deeply. "I love you, Apollo," she says as she lays back down. "I love you too, Milan," I say. "I'll be back before you know it." I wait for a response, but she is already asleep. I smile and get out of bed. I'll need to rush to get to the office in time for my meeting. I don't have any time to lose. This is the big one. Today the board decides whether or not to move forward with my proposal. I need to look my best. I walk through my closet, carefully perusing my options. After a while, I settle on a reliable combination: a navy blue jacket with a white shirt and gray pants. I carefully put on a pair of light brown loafers and my gold Rolex. I look in the mirror and straighten my jacket. I make sure my pants are laying properly on my shoes. I take a deep breath. I'm nervous, but not as nervous as I expected. I look back at Milan's sleeping face. A warm feeling settles over me as I walk out of the bedroom and make my way to my car. I pull into the office and park my car. I walk confidently into the building and into the elevator. I enter the boardroom and see the members of the board waiting for me. I shake everyone's hand around the table, eventually sitting at the empty chair at the end of the table to wait. "Listen, Apollo," George, the head of the financial department, says matter-of-factly. "I know that we've kept you waiting for a long time with our decision. It's not something we take lightly." I nod in agreement. "I agree," I say enthusiastically. "This isn't something that I would want you to make a snap decision on." George looks around behind him at the rest of the board members. We've gone through a lot of back and forth on this one, but at the end of the day, we know that we've made the right decision, he says. I raised my eyebrows, waiting patiently for his answer. Let's go for it, George says with a smile. We're on board with you, Apollo. This project will be all yours, 100%. Jason did fine spearheading the last one, but we know you have a special interest and have been working hard. We trust you with it. I try to contain my excitement as I shake his hand. My father always said that when something good happens, act like you expected it all along. It is hard to follow his advice, but I try my best. Thank you so much, I say. I won't let you down. You have my word on that. George nods. I know you won't, Apollo. We know that we can depend on you, he says meaningfully. You're a grown man now. It's time we started treating you like one. I can't tell you how much that means to me, I say. I'm ready to really come into my own. Good, George says, clearly satisfied with his decision. We'll get started with the particulars next week. Start looking through your roster and see who you might want on your team. I smile. I already have a few people in mind, I say. I didn't want to get ahead of myself, but I thought it would be best to be prepared if I got the go-ahead. George laughed. I like the confidence, Apollo. Give your family my regards, he says, standing. I shake his hand again and leave the room, trying hard not to jump for joy. I decide to wait until I get home to tell Milan and Amanda. I want to see their faces when I give them the good news. The drive home is a blur of excitement. I can't wait to see them. They're sitting at the kitchen table when I walk into the house. I try to conceal my grin, but I know I am unsuccessful. Well, Milan says hopefully. What did they say? Yeah, come on, spill, Amanda says excitedly. They said yes, I say, no longer bothering to act casual. I'm heading our next big software rollout to the schools. Milan and Amanda jump up and nearly squeal with excitement. That's amazing, Apollo, Milan says, wrapping me in her arms. I'm so proud of you. I know how bad you wanted this. I plant a kiss on her cheek and smile. I couldn't have done it without you guys. Your support really means the world to me. Milan smiles and rubs my shoulders. Thank you, Apollo. You don't know how much it means to hear you say that, she says, eyes glistening. Well, enough sappy stuff, Amanda says, jumping up. How are we going to celebrate? I don't know, Milan says, mocking deep concentration. That would be up to Mr. Businessman here. She laughs. After all, Apollo, it is your day. What would you two say to dinner and ice cream? I ask, already knowing the answer. I think I can live with that, Milan said. What do you think, Amanda? She says, looking at Amanda with a grin. Can we make that work? I think that will do nicely, Amanda says. And here I thought the board of directors would be the most intimidating part of my day, I say, laughing. I think I can make that happen. Should I dress up? Milan asks, looking down at her clothes. She's wearing a plain t-shirt and sweatpants. Even in her plainest clothes, she is radiant to me. I smile. Are you kidding? I say, rolling my eyes. You would look good in a paper bag. You don't need to dress up on my account. Oh, shucks, she says. You're just trying to flatter me. I smile. When I'm trying to flatter you, you'll know, I say, winking. Come on, you guys, Amanda said, rolling her eyes. Let's get going. You guys get the car started for me, I say. I want to change out of my work clothes. I watch as they run out to the car, laughing and joking. I realize I've been so caught up in their happiness that I forgot all about the venture. Everything that matters to me is already right here.
Chapter 39. Milan. So the whole thing was fake, huh? Mom says. I can't see her expression over the phone, but I just know she has that dumbfounded look she always gets on her face when I tell her something crazy. I mean, not entirely, I say, twirling a strand of hair around my finger. In the beginning it was, yes. But after a while, Apollo and I started to fall in love for real. I can't even be angry with you, kiddo. I'm honestly just confused by the whole thing, Dad says with a sigh. I roll my eyes at the childhood nickname he's never seemed to let go of. But I'm glad you found someone who makes you happy, even if it was through some strange circumstances. Thank you for not getting mad, I say with a sigh of relief. And I know you already spent a lot of money on my first wedding gift, so don't worry about getting us anything this time around. All right? Don't be silly. This wedding is the real thing, Mom scoffs. My baby is getting a nice wedding gift on her special day. Money be damned. Dad begins, but Mom hushes him before he can continue. I let out a laugh. Well, I'm sure I'll appreciate whatever you guys get me, I say. I hear the front door open, followed by Amanda and Apollo calling out. I gotta go now, I say. Amanda's home from school. All right, sweetie, we'll see you at the wedding, Mom says. Tell her hi for us, Dad says. With a smile, I hang up. The moment I hang up the phone, I allow myself to exhale. Finally, I've gotten the whole fake marriage situation off my chest. Well, at least to my parents. I'll be re-explaining the whole thing over and over throughout the next few weeks, but breaking the news to Mom and Dad was the part I had dreaded the most. I stick my phone back in my pocket and head down the stairs. By the time I'm downstairs, Amanda has already taken off her shoes and hung up her backpack. She's sitting at the kitchen table with Bubbles in her lap. How was school today, sweetie? I ask. We're learning about dinosaurs, Amanda says, kicking her legs happily. And next month we're going to go on a field trip to the dinosaur museum. Ooh, that's fun. Dinosaurs are awesome, I say with a warm smile. I can't help feeling a sense of pride whenever Amanda gets passionate about school. So, are you hungry? Amanda nods. Can I have some ice cream? How about something a little more nutritious? We can save the ice cream till after dinner, I say. What about some apple slices and peanut butter? It's not ice cream, but it'll do, Amanda says with a disappointed shrug. As I pull out the cutting board and begin slicing up the apples, I wonder how Amanda is going to feel about the whole wedding situation. She'd been so excited about me and Apollo getting married. Would she feel hurt if she found out it had been fake? With a sigh, I put the apple slices on Amanda's favorite plate. It's the plastic one with a cartoon elephant in the center. I scoop a big glob of creamy peanut butter on the side and bring her plate to the table. Just as Amanda digs into her after-school snack, I hear Apollo coming down the stairs. He must have gone to change out of his work clothes earlier. Hey, babe, Apollo says with a grin when I meet him at the bottom of the stairs. He picks me up and spins me around, kissing me on the lips. I can't help but giggle, wrapping my arms tightly around him. Hi, honey, I respond as he sets me back on my feet. I'm so dazzled by this little move that I briefly forget about my worries about Amanda. I throw a glance back at the kitchen, and thankfully, she's busy pretending to feed an apple to Bubbles. Did you break the news to Amanda yet? Apollo asks, his expression softening. I shake my head. I'm honestly not sure how to explain it to her. The whole situation is so complicated, and I worry she won't understand. Well, we don't have to tell her the whole truth, Apollo says. I'm not lying to my daughter. I let out a huff, crossing my arms. Of course not, Apollo says. But she doesn't need to know every last detail either. At least not until she's older. So how about this? He reaches for my hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. We tell her that we love each other so much that we just wanted to get married again. That's not a lie, is it? I guess not, I say, letting out a sigh. But don't you think she'll find it suspicious? She's a smart girl, but she's still a kid. And she's full of that childlike wonder that's willing to accept anything as long as it's fun, Apollo says. And I think she'll be thrilled to get around too as our flower girl. I finished my apples, Mommy, Amanda calls from the kitchen. Good job, baby. Take your plate to the sink and come to the living room, would you? I call back. Okie dokie, I hear Amanda leap down from her chair, followed by the clattering of her plastic plate in the sink. Then she skips to the living room with Bubbles in her arms. "So, Apollo and I wanted to talk to you about something," I begin, guiding her over to the couch. Amanda's expression falls. "Am I in trouble?" I shake my head, sitting down beside her and putting an arm around her. "Not at all, baby. This is a good thing," I reassure her. "Okay." Amanda still looks a little skeptical, hugging Bubbles close to her chest. "So," I begin, briefly glancing at Apollo, "you had fun at me and Apollo's wedding, didn't you?" That makes Amanda brighten right up. "Yes," she says with a huge grin. "Well, we did too. And Apollo and I love each other so much that, well, we decided we just wanted to do it one more time," I continue. "We wanted to celebrate our love for each other again, so we're going to have another wedding." Amanda's eyes become as wide as saucers. "So, I'll get to be the flower girl again?" "Of course," Apollo says, sitting down on the other side of Amanda. "Who else would do it for us? You're the best flower girl I've ever seen." "And we get to have another big cake?" Amanda says. "You bet." I let out a laugh. I can't help but smile, remembering Amanda at our wedding reception with frosting all over her face. Amanda lets out a happy squeal and pulls me into a tight hug. "That's so awesome. I can't believe it," she exclaims. "Mommy's getting married all over again." Apollo looks at me with a relieved expression. Thankfully, Amanda seems to be taking it even better than we'd expected. In fact, she seems even more excited about this second wedding than she did about the first one. Apollo joins in the hug, and I feel tears welling up in my eyes. Finally, our family is as genuine and full as it could possibly be.
Chapter 40. Apollo, it's time. Inside, I'm shaking a little. It's not nerves. I'm just that happy. The organist starts playing. "Here we go," the officiant says. I stand up a little straighter. Sophia comes down the aisle first. She gives me a smile and a little nod. Then Amanda. She practically dances down the aisle, but stops every foot or so to spread the rose petals very deliberately. From what I heard, she had an absolute blast picking out the flower girl dress. That night at dinner, she asked when our next wedding would be so she could get another one. She stops at the foot of the altar and dumps the last of the flowers out of her basket. Then she looks up at me. "Hi," she says loudly, her voice ringing out as clear as a bell. There are some muffled chuckles throughout the crowd. I smile at her. "Go," I whisper loudly, pointing to her grandmother who is gesturing frantically from the first row. The music changes and everyone stands up. Milan enters the room, and a hush falls over our guests. I can barely breathe. I couldn't tell you what she was wearing. All I can see is the smile on her face and the love shining out of her eyes. She gets to me and I reach for her hand. "Sometimes love isn't a direct path," the officiant begins, "but true love always endures. It cannot be broken, only delayed. When it is meant to be somehow, sometimes miraculously, people will find their way together. And what they go through to get there, though it may be painful, will make the final connection that much sweeter." I look at Milan. We wrote the words together and they couldn't be more true. Milan promises to love, honor, and cherish me. I promise to love, honor, and cherish her and Amanda. The reception is mostly a blur. We give Amanda the first piece of cake and she runs off with it. I hope she doesn't get a stomachache, I whisper to Milan. She smiles at me. "What?" I say. "Such a dad thing to say." I grab her hand and pull her close. We feed each other bites of cake. "What?" she says. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "I'm feeling very lucky right now," I say. That's all I can say. Everyone is watching us, and the photographer is taking pictures. What I'm really feeling is gratitude. The fact that Milan entrusted me with not only her heart, but Amanda's, is overwhelming. I vow, silently and vehemently, to always prove myself worthy of that trust. At the end of the reception, we say goodnight to Amanda privately. I like weddings, she says, yawning. When is the next one? We will talk about it, soon, Milan says. Maybe we can have a pool party next time, Amanda says. Milan and I look at each other and laugh. We have our last dance and say goodnight to everyone else. Amanda is spending the night with her grandparents. Milan didn't think it was necessary to book a hotel, but I insisted we have the full wedding night experience. I got the honeymoon package as an additional surprise. Oh, Apollo, she says when we walk into the room. It's beautiful. The bed is turned down and covered with rose petals. A silver ice bucket holds a bottle of champagne. Should I open it? I say, picking it up and making sure it's the vintage I requested. I don't need any champagne, she says. I hold open my arms and she glides into them. I hold her close and we kiss and kiss, our tongues mingling, exploring each other's mouth. It really does feel like the first time. Something about declaring our love for real in front of all our family and friends. It marked us in a new way. She breaks off the kiss. Can you give me 10 minutes to get ready? 10? I say with a hint of real dismay in my voice. I'll try to make it 5. She grabs one of the bags we had sent over and heads into the bathroom. I take off my jacket and drape it across the chair. I put the cufflinks on the desk and remove my tie. I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror. I stand up a little straighter. I'm a man who has finally got everything. The most important thing, really, I ever wanted. Apollo. I see a glimpse of her in the mirror, and I turn around, drinking her in. The negligee is short. As I look at her, she shifts, sliding one foot up her leg. It may be the sexiest thing I've ever seen. Come here, I growl softly. She comes to me and I hold her at arm's length, studying every inch of her. I finger one of the spaghetti straps and she trembles. Are you nervous? I ask. I can't keep the disbelief out of my voice. She nods. I don't know why, it feels like the first time. I'll be gentle, I promise, I say, pulling her to me. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vic Savon audiobook is available at VicSavonRomance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product.